Ladies and gentlemen, sirs and ma'ams, dudes and dames, let's flicker this one out and in. Boink. We're today doing Hellfire builds, and it's going to be Tyrants Grasp. I did try Hell Fracture, and I'll show you later why it was so disappointing. But yeah, that one sadly didn't turn out as good as I wanted it to. We're currently experimenting in Torment 9, but I think we can already go higher with this. But I need to get some glyphs activated to actually get it higher. So let's pick up the stone, activate our glyphs, activate our thingy, and then jump around grasping at things. Fancy, isn't it? Ladies and gentlemen. That's quite the handful of a build. Gotta say, from an aesthetic standpoint, probably one of my favorite ones so far. Because who doesn't like to send out tons of arms and just grapple everything? I do have to change, though, the runes we're using here, because it doesn't seem to activate the way I want it to activate. Actually, we have the fire around us here. Like we need more of a, how to say this now? This fire aura around is better activated. I think probably the Neo rune should work, but we'll have to see about that. That's animation is crazy, right? Isn't it? And the trick is getting to the point where you can really spam this, and that's where it gets a bit tricky, because the actual Tyrants Grasp can't sadly get like any kind of reduction of cooldown. So it kind of like doesn't work that you cooldown reduction, wrath cost reduction doesn't like actually work on it, because it's being turned into a wrath skill over a different skill, and therefore, yeah, you're a little bit stuck with the cost you have. You gotta make the best out of it. It's a bit of a weird one, but it works, and as you can see, it grapples for billions already, so that's kind of functional in that case. But we need to add like a bit more, and even more scaling, and even more skill ranks to get like the most out of it. Because I think there's a lot more damage that we can deal with this, but I will have to, like, you know, today is the day where we find out how to pretty much scale this so it does the most. But functionally, it's already working, so that's the most important part. I'm just, you know, trying to weasel out even more. I was playing Blazing Scream on the Warlock. Blazing Scream is great. There's also the Apocalypse Warlock, who's essentially just using the Apocalypse skill, so the ultimate, to do trillions of damage. But I found that one a bit boring, because it was just literally like just try to trigger Apocalypse, right? Where this one is just so much more fun in terms of what it does. This is very much still in work, so sorry I don't have a planner for this. You're like first seed right now figuring this out with me, and we're gonna like share the whole thought process of what we're doing. For example, I'm planning to use the Unbound rune. After spending 50 Wrath, you deal 10% increased damage and gain 25% Wrath generation. I think this might actually be one of the more useful ones to play. We also do have, like, here, intelligence gives me Hellfire skill damage, and empowered skills by volatility do more damage. And as we actually go here, you can see that when we like have this activated, we're mostly getting like everything volatility out. So I'm not entirely sure if this is like the way we need to go with this, or we're doing like, see, this is like having the volatility on it a lot. But yeah, there's a lot of experimentation to be done. Oh, by the way, put that on the pedestal. Put that stone on the pedestal so we can get another more upgrade. I wanted to play Hell Fracture. The problem is with Hell Fracture and Tethamet Spine. So you do Tethamet Spine and you Hell Fracture, Hell Fracture, Hell Fracture. The Hell Fracture casting is random, weird lands. And that's actually fucking awful, because I don't want my thingy to be random where it lands. I wanted to land somewhere specific where I explicitly wanted to land. So that was a bit weird. I lost all my Neo runes. That is horrible. That's a skill with a cooldown. Does this count as a skill with a cooldown? No, it doesn't count as a skill with a cooldown. I think I accidentally destroyed all my Neo runes, which is actually god-awful. We're also looking here for more Hellfire, because I got Hellfire skills, Abyss skills, and that's it, right? So bonus skill ranks, we don't really have many. That means I have to disenchant a lot and then just reroll some because that's going to be it, right? So we get here the Linta of Boba, Linta, Fur. Until we get like more skills, because right now it's like really awful. This is a Beru. Where's our Beru? Beru's currently Hellfire skills, yeah. So we gotta destroy a lot, and I gotta work on getting more materials right now, as it's really like it's horrible currently. Fur of Shadows, unless I wanted to add the Fur of Shadows to that. Re-rolling. To a cold skill. Sadly, Tiny's Grasp is not a cold skill. I mean, the good thing is it could turn out to be Demonology, right? Phoba's total armor, and this is movement speed. So Phoba could turn out to be Demonology and other things. Oh, and I also gotta do a different seal. Jeez. Pony, you're being slow-witted today. Not the good kind of slow-witted. So we got, this is Fulcrum of Memphis, but which one is mine called again? Mine is called the Abaddonian. So I need the Chains of Horizon? No, I need something with Abaddon. I don't even have one with Abaddon, right? Here, 2 ranks to Hellfire skills. Woohoo! I mean, at least that, I guess. A little bit. This is looking at a short video. Well, sir, that's because you're in the stream that has a vertical in front of it. Sir, you know. Okay, we can do now we have a Hellfire skill here, right? So this was Willpower for Abyss skills. This is for Hellfire skills. Skills empowered by volatility deal additional damage. That's the problem, though. It would only be by volatility. So right now we have this. Hits from Arcfiend increases damage. So this is an Arcfiend skill that counts. We get to keep this one. And it also does increase the Arcfiend like rare nodes. Then we have here for Demonology skills. It's also Demon skills. And we also always have a Greater Demon, right? But it says while you have a Greater Demon summoned, does this count as a Greater Demon summoned? That's a good question. I mean, then again, Blazing Screen counts as a Greater Demon summoned, so that's that. We also do have the... This one was for Arcfiend skills, and Demon Form increases your Demonology skills, so that works. We got Eliminator, so we could probably kick Eliminator out, and then we could go for Hellforge if I wanted to, and choose Intelligence skills instead of that... Potentially. Otherwise, we have intelligence here as well. So we could bring the Eliminator back here. And then we turn this one into a intelligence base for now. Let's see what else we're gonna do with that down the line. I'm gonna see if we need some other boards for this. Can we craft the 1 mythic seal with resplendent sparks? I don't know. Tis. Sadly. I've been running your Abyss Rampage build. Of all the builds you've run, what's your favorite? The Abyss Rampage. I mean, if I wanted to now push further into the pit, if I wanted to push further ranks, if I wanted to improve a build to the max, I would do the Abyss Rampage. Because I know it works. I know it does things, right? So we'll definitely have to tinker with that and find more things. I mean, this is like the thing. Like, in order to improve the Abyss Rampage now, okay, what do I have to do? I have to play the game, and I have to get more stuff. That's the whole point, right? So if I wanted to make it more powerful right now, I would just have to play more. But I don't necessarily have to play the Abyss build to play more, right? I can also play other builds to get cooler stuff for that Abyss build. And that's what we're pretty much doing here right now. So we're trying out new things to get ready for other things. I think that's a good way of doing it.
Curse this place. I'm being followed.
It's interesting that we're playing demon form, but we're actually never in, like, we don't have the demon form ulti in our skill bar because we don't require it in our skill bar for it to function. All right. This looks insane. Thank you. You pretty much turn a skill that's not meant to be a core skill into a core skill, and then you start getting handsy. Then you use your Wrath to jump around, and the whole problem is pretty much just having enough Wrath. But we made this work by having our tiny Fallen around us, so that helps, right? So the Fallen are pretty much giving us resource by exploding, but we also have lucky hit chance to get resource back, and as you can see, that one also does work plenty well. And what we're gonna do is now also go then for hit chance for resource, and we need to go for, yeah, brain doesn't say it. Wrath generation. Yeah, bonus Wrath generation, so that when we're getting resource back, we're getting more resource back. So that should also come in very handy. See, now he comes out, I put my wretch out, I have my thing rotate around me, and we're pretty much just and the best part is we're not dying because we have Undying. Undying gives us heals, and since we just do this, right, the healing is quite something. Yeah, the healing is quite something. Okay, let's get Unbound up, that we can experiment with that. Okay, Unbound was magic node bonuses. That would have to kick then the Eliminator out. Then we have Unbound. Unbound would then give us volatility damage bonus and damage per overpower stack. Not bad. If we then keep it there, or if we like kind of move this one out, but this one also just needs 25 intelligence. That one needs more willpower. So I wonder, we probably want the Unbound here. And then make this an easy, this one is here. This just needs intelligence, right? So we don't need a lot of intelligence. We just need the minimum. So I can cut a lot of nodes out here. There's always the question, how do you get this the easiest? $30. Yeah, I don't need more. I don't even need to take this. So we can just go easy way, right? And then we can just go here for vulnerable damage and recast. Actually, recast damage is useless. I'm going to have to think about that board. But I wanted to go here for the maximum dominance because that actually gives us more damage multiplier. Because we play this board back here. So we play the here. This gives us, while in demon form, your demonology skills is increased by 3% for every point of dominance you have. And since we get here 4 dominance, it's 3% per dominance. I'm sitting at 38 dominance. That's a lot of bonus damage, right? That's a lot of bonus damage. So I actually do have to take, like, here the maximum dominance plus, because that brings us up to 44 dominance, and that times 3 is yeah, right? Not bad. So I guess this is kind of like the better choice to take, right? With all the willpower here, maybe we put the demonologist here. And then it boosts the demonology damage. So this is like a lot. This is 40 willpower already. And we put the Headhunter, Mastermind, Hellforge. That's an intelligence base. Well, let's actually check how much. So this is like what you the best way to figure out which board is good. You go into a planner. Okay, you go into a planner, any planner pretty much, and then you just check the boards. So right now you're gonna ask yourself, hey. So is the, what do we have here? This is the Greater Hacks board. So the Greater Hacks has 64 int. And then we have the board here of Ritualism. And Ritualism has 70 for int. So ritualism is better for int. That means demonology goes over here to the right. And we can easily willpower juice this. So we're gonna just go over here again. Take these points out, right? Take that point out. Just get the willpower that we wanted. Easily. And then we can do the intelligence juicing here on the other side for the Hellforge. Just works better with the intelligence for now. Get the willpower completely out. Gonna have like take more of these intelligence points, right? And just get the most out of it. So that's the plan over here. Yeah, should work. I like what I see. Slow and steady. It's the snail the race. So now we have it activated, right? The Hellforge, and we get the Unbound activated. I wonder how much better this feels. Also, we need overpower. Because the problem is I'm missing 100% damage multiplier. You know why, chat? What GPU? A 9700 XT. 9070 XT? 9070 XT. So I have this. While you have 4 or more overpower, your fire skill casts deal 131% increased damage. Now, the issue is I have no overpower. Yeah. I have no overpower. So I have to get rid of my temerity pans for a different kind of unique pans, like something like this here with willpower maximum life thorns. What would thorns be? Is thorns a defensive? Thorns gotta get rerolled, right? So we're gonna reroll thorns into not thorns. Physical resistance for now. And then there is a aspect. That says overpower. Here, you gain overpower for each 15 wrath you gain while at maximum. Technically, that could work because I regenerate over maximum every now and then. So we'll have to try and see how that does in grand total. The temerity's running Circe. We got Shem, Moni, C. Actually, why am I running Circe? I have like my... I guess I need Circe for overpower for vulnerable. Get a loot filter. We do have a loot filter, but it's currently extremely basic. It just excludes pretty much common and magic items because you can provide them, right? Gold is truly something this season. Okay, so do we get overpower stacks? I need to check if we actually get overpower stacks. Yeah, I mean, we see 2 billion damage, so something seems to work. Which color are overpower stacks? Does anyone know that? Oh, here, this is overpower stacks. Okay, we're getting them, chat. It works. So we get 4 overpower stacks together if we're fighting like masses of enemies. That's not a problem. That means we're getting like the big damage boost, but we need to have 4 of them continuously. That instantly brought us up to 3 billion damage. I like that. Possible to make infinite jumps. Well, the jumps cost wrath. So as long as you have wrath, you can keep jumping. But that's the problem, right? So we need more wrath. Now there's a way to generate wrath a bit better for this build, but honestly I don't like it because it forces you to play a skill the whole time over and over again. So right now you might notice I do my Blazing Scream every now and then. and I also activate my rune whenever it's up, okay? And then I just simply jump around. Now, I do have my little blade command fallen, and they're just hovering around me, right? And I really don't have to care about doing anything, and they'll help me with the wrath generation somewhat, with like little boosts, right? Yeah, even against bosses, I get the 4 stacks. So that's how I kind of use them. Now, I could also turn the skill into a shadow skill and then cast them. And they would actually like, but I would have to every 20 seconds recast them. And honestly, I don't want to do that. I don't want to recast them into every 20 seconds. That seems like beyond annoying. Might just be me. What pit level? Oh, this is just pit 75. So we're just chill here right now. I'm trying to get the build to run. I think this could easily do pit 80 right now. Couldn't do pit 100 yet, most likely. But we'll have to get a bit more. Oh, fortify, nah. I need to get a better pair of pants that I can actually mess around with, right? By the way, did you see our video on how to use the Horadri cube? Because look what we made. 200 willpower, 3,000 maximum life, 25 all damage multiplier, 100% critical strike damage multiplier. It is done. Infinite Wrath, yeah, but if it like really makes the gameplay loop worse, I don't want to do it. Get me? Okay, so 4 to Dread Claws. Damn. I can sell this on the market. I'm pretty sure someone wants to have that, right, Chad? 4 ranks to Dread Claws. Where's my money? Where's my money? I know. No. Someone will want to have that specific one. Okay, let's do a war plan and let's stay in Torment 10 and just feel out how this does. I'm going to go here, mainly to get more cube materials because I need to mess around with the cube a lot, right? So I'd say we're going to do Torment 9 for now, just to feel out how this does in Torment 9, and then we potentially go higher. I think my defense is nice. I kind of want to upgrade the pans, but at the same time, I don't want to upgrade the pans because we might as well just kick them out. I have this cool aspect, though, while wielding 200 weapons, 40% damage reduction. That's crazy, isn't it? So we're going to do here talisman items. Yeah, I like that one. I'm into Diablo. I'm stuck at Torment 9. Upgraded items did transfigure, but I don't know what I'm missing to keep increasing power. Charms. The best thing I can tell you is probably that you're missing charms. Charms are going to be your biggest increase in power. What you want there are charms that have bonus skill ranks. So you want your seal to potentially give you a damage multiplier and bonus skill ranks, but each of your charms, every single one of your charms, okay, needs to have bonus skill ranks, if possible. So if you have a certain set like I have with a demon form, I need every single one to either give me Hellfire or Demonology skills, because that is 15 more skill ranks, and 15 more skill ranks is almost a 100% damage increase. Any idea about Spiritborn builds? Nope, not yet, but it seems Spiritborn can do tier 15, to pit 150, which instantly makes Spiritborn boring to me because it seems to be heavily overtuned, so, you know. Okay, Torment 9 is a joke, I guess? I thought we might like... Okay, so cool. Torment 9 is a joke. Good. That means we can do Torment 10 stuff. But I just wanted to know, like, how difficult could this be? Are we gonna be fine? Well, I guess we're fine, chat. I guess we're fine. How are we not taking any damage? Well, it's simple because we're using also the Tortured Reg and the... Okay, how are we not taking any damage? He died. So I'm using the Tortured Reg to mitigate any damage that we would have taken by like putting him down. And then when someone attacks us inside this, he just soaks up the damage and then he explodes and gives us armor. It's like what helps a lot. We have been also using Temerity, but I have to say that Temerity has a problem. And it kind of blocks away other stuff we would be doing usually. So we need like the skill slot from that. It's possible to trade charms. I think charms are tradable, but I haven't looked, to be honest. Because I try to not trade at all. By the way, now that we're talking about how we not die, we died. Great. You remember Diablo 4 looking like this? Well, this is Diablo 4 Extreme, sir. Cooler and more fun builds that can do more stuff overall now. You know how it is. And games become even better. We need a new pair of gloves, potentially with attack speed, because I feel like we really want to have attack speed for this. I mean, all my damage is like clawing as fast as possible. So the faster I claw, the better it is. I gotta say, I enjoy the jumping the most. Being able to jump just wherever you want to be. Pretty amazing. I think this build should be so much fun in Helltide, right? How do I get this crazy resource gen? I can break it down for you in a second.
You have strength. I wonder, are your fangs as sharp as
Whoop. Oh, we killed multiple goblins? I didn't even notice that we killed multiple goblins, Chad. When? I like in this run, I didn't even know that we had multiple. Oh, useful. With summoning all the hands, I'll tell you, okay? So we don't have a build planner yet. This is work in progress. You need the ring Hecaton Chasm. Hecaton Chasm I got from Astaroth. So that's the one ring you need. Very important. Then we get Lucky Hit for Resource, Lucky Hit for Resource, Lucky Hit for Resource, and we actually have Lucky Hit for Resource on here. We might only have 17% Lucky Resource, but it works crazy. Hecaton says, Tyrants' Grasp summons another 5 hands. Then we're using the Soul Shard of Inferno Fragment for bonus explosions, okay? And the Inferno Fragment itself has 2 additional hands coming out of our Tyrants' Grasp. Then we have Tyrants' Grasp, pull enemies inwards and transform us into demon form. Very useful, okay? And we get the Tyrants' Hand knocking down enemies and 100% against unstoppable enemies. Really cool. All of this together, we then fuel with the demon form set. While in demon form, you gain Infernal Hunger. We would take more damage, but we can turn this Infernal Hunger into bonus damage, okay? Killing enemies or hitting bosses converts Infernal Hunger stacks into Demonic Strength, each granting 2% increased damage. Now, demon form increases your maximum life. Each stack of Demonic Strength grants more additional life, fire. Plus, Demonic Strength bonuses are increased by 150 and now persist after you leave demon form. Casting Core, basic Hellfire skill outside demon form consumes 1 Demonic Strength. The interesting part is, we're not outside demon form ever because our Tyrants' Grasp turns us into demon form and our Rampage turns us into demon form. So we're pretty much always in demon form. Like, we don't even have demon form in our skill bar, and we're always in demon form. Does that make sense to you? Oh, Infernal Hordes. Let's see how Infernal Hordes play. Okay, ladies and gentlemen? Let's stay on tier 9 right now. Let's take it chill and then jump like up in the tiers, right? So generally speaking, again, how do you increase your damage? Because that was your question and we just glossed over it really quickly. It is really just your abyss here. Like, look at that. I have 2 Hellfire skills, okay? And the rest of mine have no Hellfire skill bonuses. Now, 1 single rank in Hellfire skills, currently, let's wait for all my bonuses to tick down until everything is gone, right? So then we're going to sit at 1 million damage. And if I now get 1 more rank That's 10% more damage. Okay? I'm missing 13 bonus ranks. And every rank is 10% more damage. Yeah. I guess I could double my damage really easily, couldn't I? Let's stand here in the middle. Then we jump over. Then we jump back to the middle. Jump over. Jump back to the middle. Jump down. See, this is levels of silly that just makes me happy. You know? This is what we describe to levels of silly. I also need a new helmet because I don't think I actually need, like, I pull everything together with the hands, right? I don't need anything else anymore. So I guess it's understandable why I enjoy this so much, right, ladies and gentlemen? I mean, my other builds are also this good damage-wise. They even do massively more damage. But it's just like the stupidity of this that makes it so fun. This looks awful like a bug. It's not a bug. This is like straight up game mechanics. The way they're intended to work. There's absolutely nothing bugged about this. Oh man, this etheric mass just kept respawning. Dude, this etheric mass just keeps respawning. Okay, calm down there, Mr. Etheric Mass. You just respawned like how many times in a row? Damn. Oh, Ether Goblin. Let's see. Never summoned the Butcher because for some reason they decided to completely overtune the Butcher. Chan? I wish. Oh, what was that? Chat, what is that? Oh, this is Shrine of Tethymid. It like I think it kills everything, but I'm not entirely sure what it was. It's one of my specializations that I got from existing from Warplan. Will you be putting this build on your channel? Yes, today is pretty much the live day where we try to push this build further so we can then make a conclusive guide about it. I mean, like right now I'm trying to find ways to handle my resource better that we can then have like the optimal resource handling so we don't have to waste that many tempers on it. And once we have like the perfect grasp on how we want to do the resource, we're going to be like super... Oh, I just remembered something. We're going to be like super happy. So, oh, wait. Because, you know what I just remembered, Sean? We don't have any sockets in our weapon. Chat, we don't have any sockets in our weapon. You know what that means, right? You know how much bonus damage we're missing because of that? Oh, we almost stood there in some fire. I mean, that's 2 royal rubies for fire damage bonuses, right? Okay, where are the enemies, Chad? The Ether Lords are not spawning fast enough. What is this? In this economy? I thought I had a decent build. Honestly, there's daily new fun builds coming. I think the most damaging build you can do currently would be the Apocalypse Warlock. So if you're just looking like, hey, Pony, what's the most damaging Warlock? Apocalypse. Apocalypse is the skill where you gather stacks for. So you're going to use a Hellfire skill to pretty much gather stacks. And then boom, Apocalypse nuke, boom, Apocalypse nuke, boom, Apocalypse nuke. It's a very fun build. I think you could also use the hands to make it work. However, I just like to use my actual core skill as my main skill and not just the Apocalypse, right? I think that's just better for me personally, how I like to play. Just keep in mind there are cool builds out there that do stuff like that. Oh, wait. You wanted to escape Mr. Ether Goblin? Not on my watch! Grapple him, boys! Oh, 5 billion. That's a new high score for the build so far. Right, the crazy part is, so you see like the 5 billion, right? But there's just all these hands. So it's like hard to quantify because my, how do I say this now? My Abyssal Big Black Demon build. Okay, the Big Black Demon build can do 80 billion with a hit. However, that hit can only occur once every 2 seconds, right? So you can't actually make it appear more often. You can't make it faster, harder, better, stronger, right? Whereas, as you can see here with the hands, we have a few more per second that are doing more per second. So I feel like if I'm fully stacked up, right, even if my damage is then 10 billion, for example, but if every hand does 10 billion and then every hand does 10 billion, then I think you get the idea behind it, right? So that's just a different frequency that you can do stuff with. So goal right now would be improving my defenses a bit. More importantly, I need more max life. Why is max life so important? Because max life multiplies by damage upwards with the demon form. So this is actually like really interesting because demon form gives you more damage multiplier the more max life you have. But right now also demon form just stacks my life up, as you can see. So if I have more life, I anyways get more damage. And then if I have more life, I get more life stacked up anyways. So I could probably end up with 100k life if everything works in my favor. And that would be interesting. Hello, Ismail. What are you doing in the middle? Oh, nothing. Good. Get grappled. I cannot pick up that rare seal. But I need all the rare seals, right? I need everything so I can destroy it. Oh, two-handed sword. Nice. I need to put like more things out of my inventory. I have like so much shit with me. But the other special spawning a demon to follow you, there is a build that uses all the demons. So there are builds that can actually use all the special demons because there's a set that works with this. Sigil skilled steel. Let's destroy these. That is... Okay, let's put everything away that I have. I don't know how your inventory is looking, guys, but mine is looking awful right now. I have like a bunch of shit with me consistently. This is for a different set. Okay, what we have here: movement speed, abyss skills, lucky hit, occult skills. None of this in any way useful. Abyss skills and total armor. So we can actually disenchant these. Let's keep this one. Why? Because we want to roll, right? So this is my whole plan today. Roll. Yes, 3 to demonology skills. That's the lore. Swapped out. Nah. Sad face. But the 3 to demonology skills, that's already... See, like, this is now, again, instantly 3 more skill ranks, right? So it went up from 340 to 385 or so, from 1 million to 1.3 million. Pretty good. It's a willpower weapon. We're going to keep it. We need a new helmet, but preferable, I want a helmet that has... I'm not sure if I want to play the Godslayer crown, right? Sigil of Subversion with a lava perk, but then you'd have to cast it too. Right? So I'm not entirely sure if it's worth it, because it takes like time away from you just spamming your abilities when you would do that. And I don't think that is actually worth it. Okay, what do I need? I need a ruby for 22 fire damage multiplier, and then I need another ruby. Are you playing the new Dune content with the update? Isn't the new Dune content only cosmetic? Correct me if I'm wrong. I read something about that being changed weirdly. So please correct me if I'm wrong. But last time, my last piece of information was only cosmetic. No, I might be lying. Hope I'm not. Damn it, I didn't have diamonds in there. Also, I really can't make many diamonds, which is actually really sad. Okay, so... we get this, we get that. We get this one finally. Let's do the... what is it now? That is... oh, Undercity. Okay. So also not really planning on the new Dune content, as to be honest, it's not really worth it. I wish it was, but Dune has like, it started such a powerful game, but it has drifted up into obscurity. Also, like, I just have so much to do with Diablo right now. I mean, the next 30 days is going to be Diablo until something earth-shattering happens to one of the other games I play, right? But that's going to be Diablo for me. When we just, like, it's barely, like, how many days is it now out, chat? And we've already done, like, we've done 2 different Warlock builds, 2 different really fun Warlock builds. This is Warlock build number 3. On Sunday, I promised that we start with the Necromancer. So Sunday is actually going to be the Necro day. I'm also going to stream Saturday because my family is actually on the road. So busy times ahead, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I want to bring this Warlock build today, like, as far as we can. So we're going to have to farm a lot of resources. We have to upgrade a lot of glyphs. I'm really happy with the glyph upgrading in general because it's so easy. I mean, now that I have unlocked Torment 12, I can just pretty much jump with my other character wherever I want in whichever difficulty, right? That's just so convenient, to be honest. Be careful, because every now and then we still like take quite a huge chunk of damage, right? An ancestral ring randomly dropping in the open world, you say? So I have just like so many interesting things I generally want to do. Like the DLC really has me pumping. I mean, I'm gonna be looking forward to just do all the different builds, you know, for every class, multiple. I mean, I've already seen some people get upset with the end game again. I don't know why. I mean, the end game for me personally is just something that that allows me to do more things, right? And currently, with the way how the endgame is set up, I can essentially do more things by getting more resources, right? So currently, I'm looking for talisman-related stuff, so I just do talisman-related things, right? Simple as that. Not sure if we're killing enough enemies. Also, you know, to our Twitch viewers, by the way, how's the encoder holding up? I feel like the Twitch encoder is suffering from this. from the Hansi build. Correct me if I'm wrong. Pros and cons of this build. It is very mobile, super agile, quite fun. Cons, probably gotta get the resources under control. Survivability is really good, especially when you get tanky. I could get even more tanky. You definitely need the ring or you can't play it, right? Because otherwise you only shoot out 3 hands. So you need the ring and then you need the anathema. These are the 2 things that you need. Done. Right? But once you have them, you're good to go. Okay, what do we get there, ladies and gentlemen? I got myself a Penitent Greaves. That's useless. Get ourselves a Fur of Shadows, another Mlore. Nothing up to snuff. What main effects should you focus on? Armor? Well, maximum life you want to have armor itself. So maximum life and armor is a must. I have Wrath Generation as well. And then I have critical strike damage, crit chance, and crit damage multiplier. Look at this. Like, optimally, this one would have no maximum life or no willpower and some other stuff instead of it. But yeah, we want to have, like, crit chance, crit multiplier is good. I'm missing attack speed on my gloves. You do want a lot of bonus armor because bonus armor is just king. For example, I have maximum evade charges on my boots, but to be fair, I don't actually evade that much. So it might sound crazy, but it would be better on this pair of boots if I actually say, you know what, those maximum evade charges, they would be better something else. But actually here in this case, I want to need to reroll the life regeneration because obviously anything is better than life regeneration. It's another maximum life, which is going to make us even stronger. Generally speaking, I have to like try to tap into more maximum life shenanigans here. I probably have to also swap this board with a different one because right now this would be 8% maximum life bonus, right? And I'm not getting it. This one would also be 8% maximum life bonus. So I feel like I need to make these the first 2 boards. However, here this is willpower. So as you can see, this is intelligence and willpower. So this would be better as a second or even as a third board. See, this is also 4% maximum life bonus. So I guess generally speaking, I just need more intelligence right now to activate things. We try to catch all the fish. No, I'm not planning to in any way go for fishing, ain't it? Not a fishing enjoyer. Never been, never will be. Do we need gloves that are not the gloves that we have right now? Attack speed, crit chance, crit damage multiplier, and maximum life. Damn. 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 Okay, yeah. Like, will you be my father, Luke? Right? It was just everything. Now, what you could do is we can check, like, what other do we have? So we could, for example, do here... Hellfire skills deal damage equal to 80% of your fire resistance damage reduction. The problem is my fire resistance damage reduction is sitting at 53%. Yeah, that's not a lot, right? And we could have our volatility persist. But honestly, I might just go for inner calm because it says when you're standing still. We could also go for knockdown targets, but I mostly stand still when I cast. We could also go when you're fortified, right? Because we're always fortified, so that works as well. I need to go for runes now, an Undercity rune run. Because we're actually missing... Oh, finally, Neo. Ooh, holy hell. Seen that one. So what do we temper on these gloves now, Chad? They have crit damage multiplier, they have crit damage, and we're going to go flat critical strike. I wonder if I could do Sigil Duration. I have Sigil of Chaos, creates Destructive Ritual. No, if I wonder if for my boots... No, the Sigil Duration would be a great temper. That would work. To actually enhance it. Alright, first and foremost, we're going to roll here until this one has the right? Temper. And temper rolling is probably the most annoying one right now because it's so expensive. Give me the maximum or we're throwing hands. Because this is going to boost my crit damage to Mars, Chad. Do I want the greater affix or bust? Nice. So why is this so important? Let me show you. Oh, 86% crit damage multiplier. Fuck yeah. Okay, so look at this. We're currently sitting at 1,100. This one gives me 86 and 75. If I put this one off, we're losing, look at this, 575, okay? And alone these gloves, 86% and 75. Boom. That's a bid. That's a teensy weensy bid, isn't it? I mean, alone, look at the amulet too. It's 100 critical strike damage multiplier and 25 all damage. So if I put this one off, I also lose. Right? It's not from yesterday. That's quite significant. Okay, we got the Infernal Hordes again. Enduring Faith. Enduring Faith drops everywhere if I'm not mistaken. I think Beast of Ice had it for sure. Let's see how high numbers we're seeing. I think like 7-8 billion was the highest we've seen so far. I wonder if we can go higher than that, right? Probably not even going to see the maximum here. I grabbed all of them. So the only thing that I'm kind of vulnerable to is like on death explosions when they happen and I don't see them. I don't know why I wouldn't see them though, chat. You know, like how it is, like silly game. So if you see any big number, please tell me. We might miss it due to hands. Oh, there's an 8 billion. Is this build better than Rampage? Well, the Rampage is sitting in Torment 12, while this one would be sitting in Torment 10 right now. So it's not yet better than Rampage, but that's what we're trying to figure out if it could be better than Rampage, right? Thing is, this is a complete different playstyle than Rampage. Rampage can also be played on distance while you're zooming through. And as you can see here, I always need to be close to the opponent. I always need to be inside of them. So different builds, different requirements, different ways how to play them. This one is a hold down build though, so I don't know what killed me there. This one is a hold down build, which is a nice thing because I pretty much jump into enemies, right? And then I just hold down my right mouse button to send out the hands. So I pretty much like, I don't actually walk around. I pretty much hold down my right mouse button and the only movement I do is over my jumping. And then in between I press my other cooldowns and then I jump again. So you don't actually require actual movement, right? Actual walking, left click is overrated. Hellborn. We've been taking the Hellborn and now not a single Hellborn spawned. Last event, ladies and gentlemen. But the sigil duration doesn't seem to actually work on this sigil, as it seems. There's this Tyranny's Grasp. The Fumbler. I don't know. We need a fancy name for it. Something super edgy. How are you using Wrath and not Dominance? That is a... two-handed unique we're using. It's called the Anathema of Primes. It says it turns your hitting enemies with core skills. Okay, increases the damage they take. And Arcfiend Demon Form skill varieties are core skills and cost Wrath. That's how it comes together. So we pretty much turn it into a core skill, which allows infinite demon form. So I thought this shrine here of Tethymit would be somewhat useful, Chad. But I really haven't found use for this yet. So you use this and it kills everything that's currently on the map. But why would you need that? That one I really haven't understood. What I would need that for. Bunch of stuff and the timer's about to run out. Yeah, but you don't really ever have a bunch of stuff and the timer's about to run out. You know? Does it look like we'll have a bunch of stuff while the timer's about to run out? I don't think we're going to have that, right? I mean, I skilled it because I thought I might use it, but then it turns out that I don't really use it. Finally, the Hellborn are coming in bigger masses. I'm waiting for that now. Our resource upkeep sucks. Well, we have lucky hit chance for resource. And with the base 17% and the amount of hands you're sending out, you're kind of good. But you need multiple rolls. The problem with the build is that you can't reduce the resource cost of the skills, so the resource cost is fixed. I for example, have the, what is it called again? I have the Ring of Starless Skies, but the Ring of Starless Skies essentially does nothing. So that's a bit sad, because if you could actually reduce this, that would be amazing. But yeah, sadly we can't. Call it Grass Apocalypse, yeah. I mean, it is what it is, essentially. We haven't really tried to kill lair bosses with this one now. But I think it should also be fine for lair boss killing. Thing is, it needs to, like, stack a bit against bosses, because you need to, like, start fumbling them, right? And as you then fumble them, you increase, like, your demon form stacks. So, like, you have these demon form stacks, right? Going out. Oh man, this turned into quite some ether here in the end. You know, not a lot of ether, but some. What does Starless not work for it? It's either a bug or it's intended. So Starless just in fact doesn't work for it. Now again. Could be a bug, could be intended. You might never find out. And you know what? I need gold. I mean, not like gold, like I'm poor. I don't know how you're doing, but I'm poor continuously. Where do you get the sword for the build? I could not tell you. I literally just got it. What I can recommend is you get yourself a two-handed ancestral sword. Okay? Get yourself a sword, two-handed ancestral. I mean, you can pretty much just go for your curiosity vendor. You gamble here until it gives you a two-handed ancestral sword, and preferable obviously in blue or yellow. Then you're going to downgrade it to white and craft a unique. And I think the Necromancer can only, the Warlock can only have one. You might also go to the shop down here and check if there's a two-handed Ancestral Sword here. Because here, this is a two-handed Ancestral Sword, right? So what I'm going to do now is I can run over here. I can downgrade it. Perfection. Now I can upgrade it to unique. Ta-da. Anathema of Primes. I mean, that's just how simple it works. It really ain't that deep. Or complicated. I don't need it. That's the problem. So I just made something I don't need. Call it resource wasting. That's what it is. But yeah, I hope that gave you a feeling for what you can do. Minion Necro items are bugged. Chung, what is bugged there? Tell me. Oh, why did I go to the Glacial Fissure? Oh, because this one was a Whisper, and I just thought it's a Nightmare Dungeon. Well, I guess mistakes remain. I wasn't sure how like lair bosses are gonna go, but I guess we're fine. Yeah. I guess we're fine. Do I need anything from him? I know it's only Torment 9 right now, but we're intentionally only in Torment 9. We could go 10, I reckon. Okay, what do I get myself here? We got 2 Eightfold Idols. Not sure if I want to keep one of them. Hellhounds, Cabraxis, Thousand Eye Reaver, and another Hellhound. I was actually looking to go into my Nightmare Dungeon, and I accidentally went into the wrong one. So where is my Nightmare Dungeon? Am I just blind? Did I not open it? No. Okay. Let's do that one. There's a build, Tyrants Grasp build. The gloves that give +4 skeleton is now only 1. Eviscerate build with a Warlock. You can't really make a good Eviscerate build currently because one of the Eviscerate things is bugged. So there's an aspect for Eviscerate. That aspect is supposed to give you... That Eviscerate aspect is supposed to allow you to over-eviscerate enemies, even if your Eviscerate fails. And sadly, there's a bugged interaction that doesn't work like it should work. So you can't, like, eviscerate enemies the way you would usually do. Ah. Good. I'm trying to pick up all this loot, but without, like, getting killed by whatever is below me here, right? Oh, my inventory's full. Okay. I'll be back in a second. Have you tried the Apocalypse build yet? Whoops. I didn't want to because I found the Apocalypse build somewhat boring. So I didn't do Apocalypse build yet, no. It really didn't have me interested. Like, I looked at it and I was like, nah. Not my cup of tea. Now, each to their own, right? Don't let my dislike be your dislike. You're totally allowed to enjoy these things. Oh, the Butcher? Butcher's finally worth it to kill, by the way, because he never used to be worth it to kill because he always gave like the same shitty loot. But they actually randomized the shit that he gives you, so you can now get good stuff from him sometimes. Sorry, I'm just on my way finishing this nightmare dungeon. Please, out of my way. Ain't nobody got time for this. I'm just supposed to find a boss here, but I'm not finding it. Ah, there she is. From a mobility standpoint, I haven't found one that's more mobile yet, Chad. Right? I just haven't found a more mobile build when you wish to travel from somewhere to somewhere. Let's play Necro. Oh, we will play Necro, don't worry. But Warlock first. I mean, Warlock is new and hot, so please don't be mad at us for actually wanting to play Warlock, right? Fire damage multiplier, crit damage multiplier. Gonna keep it for harder days. Chest with willpower, but the rest is shit. It's at least one greater affix. We get some more set charms, ladies and gentlemen, so let's look into that. Let's see, we got ourselves that one we don't need, 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 that one we don't need. Generally speaking, any charm that doesn't have skill ranks, I just destroy. I don't see a reason to keep them, right? I'm a simple man. Sure, you could make farm charms as well, but it's not gonna happen. We can take our friend here. Cold skills. I mean, I have two skills I can hit. Demonology, it's some lore. Shit. I can hit Demonology and Hellfire, right? So it's not even that I have like only one outcome. I have two potential outcomes. I'm just getting shafted left, right, and center. I think we just got the 4% more max life here. Fuck yeah, let's go. Max life, max dominance, max shield. Okay, what do we got? That is experience. By the way, what level have you, chat, so far, Paragon? I'm only 190. I know I'm slack-a-doodle dandy-anding. I'm sorry. Please don't hurt me. Medium amount of weapons. No, that is materials, so I could do now. That's kind of shitty. Okay, we got golden obols twice if I wanted to. It's like a bunch of really sad shitters. Helltide. I wanted to do some Helltide. I'm going to do more Helltide. Into Nightmare, into... Yeah. That's fine, because I just wanted to do some Helltiding. I haven't done Helltiding with this build yet. So this is the first time. 200 with 30 hours played. More Fig? That's good. The build link is not working. That's because there is no build link for this, sir. How do you sell the charms? At the Enchanter. Yeah, let's see how this one feels here in the open world. Hunting down things. I guess the best part is I don't have to go my mount. Like, opposed to the other builds, like I always have to at some point go on my mount. But right now I don't think I'll ever have to go on my mount. One thing though, in order to comfortably sit in Torment 12, I definitely need the skill rank thingies. That's what we're gonna like try to achieve today. Because if I want to be Torment 12, I need quite some juice ups to be able to exist in Torment 12. Shouldn't be impossible to get though. Give me all the money. Sorry, this is all mine. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Okay, when you have like a Dreadclaw Warlock and this Warlock and everything like go on together, I guess it gets kind of out of control. Right? Okay, cool part. I can do this and then I can just sit in the middle and that's it, right? When I won't have to move a single inch ever. Because as soon as my hand knocks something down, my Godslayer Crown pulls them in. So in case you wonder why things are getting pulled in, it's like hand into Godslayer Crown, hand into Godslayer Crown, hand into Godslayer Crown. Honestly, if there was something like attacking me, I wouldn't even know, right? If something would explode on me, I would have absolutely no clue. I would really like to get, what is it called again? I want to get one of these towers, spinny towers. That would be great. What pit level can you do with this build? Currently, the highest we've done is pit 80. But we can do more already. It's just that I haven't bothered doing more yet. Because I just don't require to, right? We're a bit chill. We need to get good upgrades to then keep going. So let's quickly open up these chests here. So we get like two Hell Tides in a row. So I like to use my thingies for bows, right? Not sure what these grotesque debtors are still supposed to do because they're not even dropping anything. I'm pretty sure they're supposed to drop something, but somehow like we're not getting anything special from them. Oh, look, cute-o Duriel. Mine. Free loot. On we go. Any tips from Mephisto? I haven't really bothered fighting him, so no tips from me. We went one single time to him, and we just didn't have the defense to even be in that fight, right? So, obviously, Lilith, super easy. You just get damage, and she just dies so easy. It's, like, not even funny anymore how easy you can overwhelm her. But honestly, for Mephisto, I really didn't bother. Like, I went there, I noticed my defense is way too low, right? He just smacked me around, and I just instantly died, more or less. It's like one hit into one hit, even though I had like very much life, right? So gotta like see what we could do there on the defensive department. I mean, I could, for example, change out some of my offensive glyphs to put a more defensive glyph on. There's one that gives you 30% more armor, so that's cool. What set are you using? The Abaddon's Flash, because we're turning demon form into like a damage multiplier. Pretty much. See how many cinders I still have? So now we're gonna do Varshan quickly. In Torment 9. You're looking for the planner? There is no planner yet. We put the pieces together at the start of the stream. And now we're trying to make the most out of the pieces. So you get to enjoy this build too. Okay, we're sitting at 45,000 life. When I do demon form stuff, we're sitting at 50,000 life. Goodness, this is quite illegal. that was holy Christ. I guess it was his size that was his downfall, because he was getting hit by every hand. Right? He was just there and it was like, oh, don't touch me there. No, also not there, please. No, please, not there too. No, like, seriously, stop it. And he's like, oh. Oh, beautiful. What build would you recommend climbing the Torment difficulties? I did it with my Abyss Warlock. So Abyss Warlock was fantastic. It was pretty straightforward, on the nose, just easy peasy smacking. Okay, that is back to Helltide. See, like now this is the easiest that it could have been. So we started with Helltide and we can just jump back into it and do more. And we're going to jump into the upper Helltide because I like that one more, right? The lower Helltide kind of stings from a layout. You skip the Nemesis portal. Morphe, I always forget about the Nemesis portal. I have put the points in and then I forget about it. So thank you for trying to save me. I appreciate it more than you know. It's like when you're streaming, like you miss quite some stuff. Sometimes because you're not paying attention, sometimes because there's just too much going on. Sometimes because you're stupid. More often because you're stupid. It's like I always pretend that I don't actually miss that much and that I'm a very cognitive gentleman, right? That doesn't suffer too much from streaming attention-wise. But when I then actually play games without streaming, I'm like, wow, this is so much easier. You know? It's so much easier to pay attention to things. Who would have guessed? Not me. No. Ow! I've been burned. So like I don't understand why that burn would now kill me, but simply because I don't have enough fire resistance and that's it, right? If you TP back to the den, would it still be there? No, because I left the den already. That instance of the den doesn't exist anymore. So even if I teleport back to the den right now, that specific den is not available. That already went up in the nether flames. Do I want to farm 250 now? Do I not want to farm 250 now? Okay, how many waves of darkness can we do, chat? You know what? I'm pretty disappointed in the spawn rate of the waves of darkness here. Like, I could do a lot of waves of darkness if you would actually spawn the enemies. Boring. Might as well already be at the next chest and the next activity, huh? Fairy, thank you for the 69 centuries of support. Fairy, thanks for being the first sub today. Appreciate it. Good to have you there on the German Tag der Arbeit, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it's a day for work. Or technically where you don't work and get drunk, but different. How do you find out about stuff so fast? I just spend too much time with this game. And even if I'm not streaming, I do my homework. So like, you know, just yesterday I was watching a movie with a waifu. Terrible movie, by the way. God damn it. We thought like that latest Jurassic Park movie might not be as horrible as it looked, but it was as horrible as it looked. Regrets, ladies and gentlemen, regrets. So yeah. And I like, while I was watching that, I was just doing research on the phone about Diablo stuff. When it's release week, there's no time to idle around. I think if you had a widescreen monitor, you could probably jump further, right? Think about it, Chan. Because it's usually the way how it is with these kind of skills. If you can click them on a further distance, they also allow you to jump further. What's better, Ether Spires or Ether Fiends? Always Ether Fiends. Ether Fiends are king, my friend. I mean, ultimately, Ether Lord stacking, but Hellborn stacking also works. But Ether Lord stacking usually has the advantage of giving you like a lot of XP. All these wave-based events just spawn things too slow. By the way, this is not even 100% attack speed, right, chat? Imagine this build actually with 100% attack speed. Just imagine it for a second. What if... You see Project Hail Mary? No. Not yet. And we only ever get to watch a movie when the children are not there. Otherwise, we don't really watch movies. We're just always looking for something very mellow, chill. Dinosaurs murdering humans. Wow, that was really disappointing. I just spent all this time here for nothing. Okay, so let's stop killing enemies because killing enemies is useless. But I'm just trying to get this. Oh, they have Vile Splendor. I'm not sure if it was Vile Splendor called, right? I just knew they're going to give me money. And I require money. When we're sitting now at 115 million again, at least. Hello, Mr. Bishop. How are you doing? No, you're not doing very well? I guess so. Poor guy. Good. Poor man. Okay, and then lastly, we got... oh, we have to kill who? Domheim Tunnels? Yeah. We have a plan for this build? Not yet, as again, we're not done. So this is still just the ideation stage of this build. I mean, you see it working, right? You see it doing things, but again, there's still scaling we need to do. There's still a potential swapping of aspects, a potential swapping of potential swapping of aspects, a potential swapping of tempers before we have like a final decision on how we want this to look. Right? And definitely defense. Defense is not where I want it to be yet. But we're getting there, slow and steady. Which route is the most optimal one in the activity trees? I haven't actually opened up my activity trees in a while, so we can do that in a bit. Technically, there is no super optimal route for some of them. Others, though, have like a pretty linear path what you should take. For example, the Tree of Whispers, you should always go for Resplendent Sparks, right? So I made my Tree of Whispers give me more experience, and I might my Tree of Whispers potentially also have Resplendent Sparks in there. Even if I only get one Resplendent Spark in like 100 Tree of Whispers, that's still more than none, right? The mere off chance of getting it is already just amazing. Where do you start specific glyphs? You mean the one for Paragon board? You don't, you just play and you get them all. Would Scepter of the 3 be useful for this build? Nope, not at all. The only ulti we're using is the demon form ulti, and we don't even have it in our skill bar, as you can see, because our skills pretty much turn us into demon form. So we don't require the skill to actually be in our skill bar. Therefore, no other ultis would also not really help us. In my humble opinion. Talismans, you can't target farm talismans. You just go for talismans and then you go with it. Okay, Infernal Hordes, and then we're done. So good. Defense, most people just seem to be doing Enduring Faith, COD King. Yeah, a lot of people have Enduring Faith in their talisman slot. Like, you get yourself Enduring Faith and then you just put in the talisman slot and pray. That keeps you alive. Simple. Okay, Fiendish Legion. Fiendish Legion. No, you know what? We're going to start with Teaming Masters. I like Teaming Masters. If you get the Ether Lord thingy, be good. Oh, Bob, this will definitely become a guide. Don't worry. I mean, everything you see on stream is the prelude, or it's just simply the long form to a TLDR video, right? The streams give you the opportunity to see things firsthand, to ask questions, to enjoy the community, and then you'll always get the TLDR video a day or two afterwards with everything wrapped up, with the whole build guide and that kind of stuff. That's how we handle it in here. I just want to eliminate any chance to die. Then I'm happy. And right now we're not there yet, right? I think if I would go Torment 12, we'd just like take too much damage. And our toughness is what, 600,000? 600,000 toughness is actually not a lot. You're kind of looking for a million toughness. So we definitely need to work on that. Headboards can now spawn. It looks crazy fun. Oh, it is crazy fun. I mean, if you like to be mobile, if you like to be agile, then you're definitely there. I mean, the Dreadclaw build is good as well, don't get me wrong, but the Dreadclaw build can't jump as much as this one can. You have the advantage of Shadow Form, because Shadow Form makes you... Oh, goodness. I think this is part of the... This is part of something I've chosen, yeah. You know, now I remember that this is, I think, part of a blessing I've chosen. We promised to check optimal routes. We promised to revise some of our choices. So let's do that after this. Doing a loot filter video. I haven't really thought about doing one yet, as loot filters are like you could play this game completely without a loot filter. However, it doesn't hurt to have one for sure. I use a very minuscule one right now. It just recolors a very few things to my liking. So for example, I have Ancestrals in red that I just simply don't overlook them. I know they have the ancestral tag next to them, but you know, by recoloring them, I don't even have to look for tags anymore. Pretty much minimizing the amount of thinking I have to do. Who dropped the ring for you? Astaroth. So you're gonna take your Nightmare Dungeon sigils, and I think you can amalgamation your Nightmare Dungeon sigils into a escalation sigil, if I'm not mistaken. Or you're going to feed Belial and have him give you Astaroth loot. That would be right now the plan. What is your anathema? Not consume wrath for the Tyrant Grist? Did you not choose a Hellfire variant? Maybe you choose the wrong variant, so that doesn't work. I cluster build. I mean, they definitely didn't think about visual clarity with this build, that's for sure. But I guess, what did you expect from a skill that casts 3 hands forward and then 5 hands randomly around you? Maybe I was just expecting too much from Blizzard. And again, visual clarity is highly overrated in ARPGs that have on-death effects, on-ground effects, death on ground, ground on death, right? I mean, in these kind of games, like, visual clarity has always been highly overestimated, because why would you even want to have visual clarity, right? It makes no sense. Seems like you're just a weakling that doesn't know how to play computer games. Surely. How much damage would you be able to get this build to? Well, we're kind of missing currently 100% bonus damage from bonus skill ranks. So I can already double the damage that we're currently dealing. So at a high point, we do like 8 billion. So I can activate that to 16 billion. And that means every hand could do 16 billion damage, right? So that's already a nice little damage gain considering our attack speed and everything. Then we have our main unique that we're using is not even max rolled. We're missing quite some damage multiplier there on the road as well. There's quite some growth left for the build, for sure. Hello, Chaotic Wave. Let's see what we got here. As the Ether Fiend Chaotic Wave. You know what? That one is fine. Not the biggest fan of it, but oh, it'll work out. I don't like the randomness of this wave with like the ground pound effects it does later on. It just randomly kill you. I guess we should be fine. Without any mythic, I mean, the only mythic we play currently is the Ring of Starless Skies, and that one doesn't even, like, it's only a 50% damage multiplier plus the 2 ranks to core skills. So it is not like doing as much for this build as just a very good ring with an aspect would do. I guess the big advantage of the Ring of Starless is like the critical strike chance and the attack speed. I'm honest with you, but apart from that, it's, you know, nothing what a other ring couldn't do. So, more gold. How much gold do we get from this? Nothing. Well, might as well not bother, chat. Might as well not bother. I just did an Echoing Hatred. I have not gotten an Echoing Hatred seal yet. I mean, they're supposedly existing somewhere in the nether cosmos, but I haven't seen them yet. Nah. 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 Nothing. Nothing. Okay, let's look at our trees because we haven't like really messed with the trees in a while. So we got the Infernal Hordes, and I was going here for Cult of Annihilation. Doomsayers appear because they have been giving me super much resource. And at the start of the Infernal Hordes, gain an Infernal Challenge. Completing the challenge will ground 200 ether. Oh, that's cool. I like that. That's so much fun. And this is Infernal are more likely to share category. Chaos waves appear more frequently. Additional Infernal offering appears each wave. Interesting. Suppressing Chaos waves grounds 50 ether. All enemies in the Infernal. Oh wow. I haven't actually messed with this one. That's interesting. So we make them more powerful. Cool. For the pit, you want to have as many things as possible. The bosses, I went for the Nemesis portal, even though I haven't gotten it yet a single time. Nightmare dungeons with portal prankster. That was Undercity. This one went right through the middle. Kind of nice. I like it. I went also here for the middle with the Nightmare dungeons. For the Tree of Whispers, Resplendent Sparks. Right? All pretty straightforward, to be honest. Nothing crazy. 15 pale marks. Holy. Calm down there, lady. Okay, I need more. That's armor. Okay, so this one gets more powerful the more I take. I gotta rethink this board here. Making enemies vulnerable or weakened permanently reduces the damage they do to you, so it kind of works. I don't even know if I make vulnerable currently. I should probably do with this one. Okay, let's do pit 10. So people were asking how high can you do. So we're gonna do like a bit higher, and then we're gonna do a bit higher. Just to show you what's possible. Okay, pick up the stone. Activate the wretch. Sigil thingy, jump in, start grabbing things. Key is that you never forget to replenish your blazing screen, and every 10 seconds pretty much summon a wretch, because the wretch is responsible for bonus damage multiplier, right? I want to have that one summoned. And obviously always have your sigil up, right? Not having your sigil up, big mistake. I guess I would mostly try to keep the wretch for moments where you're inside a couple of elites, because that one will just help you to overwhelm these elites easier. So if you're inside a couple of elites, right, and then you summon the wretch, it's just going to make it so you don't die. I am stunned. When, that hasn't happened in a hot minute. Notice pretty straightforward. But consider this a speed farm build. Yeah, I think if you want to just finish pits quick, you're definitely good about. I mean, the more damage you get out of this, right, the more speed you're gonna have. Ow, I get killed by something. The pain! How does overpower work now? Overpower is now a stack that you stack up, and that stack will increase the power of your character. For example, right now with 4 overpower stacks, I become more powerful. Okay. If I get four stacks of oh my goodness. The lightning thingies always kill me. If I get 4 stacks of overpower, I do 130% more damage due to an aspect. And I right now get overpower stacks by... fumbling my opponents. So I fumble them. I'm not sure what stuns me here so often. And I don't also like it. So yeah, I get overpower stacks by using my Wrath. And then using my Wrath, and then using my Wrath, and then using my Wrath. Okay, more damage to my Hellfire skills, ladies and gentlemen. If I could get this, my life would be soaring. Oh wait, we forgot to pick up the stone, right? Pick up stone, put it in, get 2 more. So that was pit 80. As you can see, we have plenty of time left. So I guess we could do Torment 11 as well. Batman, we will have a planner of this made soonish. We get pit for dungeon keys, but I don't want dungeon keys. This is a grand amount of runes. I have a reason to do the pit again. Let's repair first. So now we go over to here 90. Jump 10 pit tiers higher to see how it works. Do uniques drop with random affixes now? Yes, sir. That makes the grind quite massive because you just can't find affixes and be you can't find uniques and be good about it, right? You need to find uniques, and then these uniques also need to be max rolled and have the exact aspects that you're looking for. So that makes the whole process of actually going higher quite more difficult, right? You also need to get your set. Getting the set itself, I think, is relatively simple. So I like that. That acquiring the set is basically not hard. But then getting the most out of your set is kind of harsh because, right, like just having the set is not enough. Your charms also need to provide you with skill ranks. Once you then have the skill ranks, then you're finally reaching a point of actually being strong. But there's like so many avenues. Oh, shit. Yep, that one is just going to kill me. ASAP. So there's so many avenues to power now that are pretty straightforward, and I think that's a good thing, right? I like how straightforward the avenues to power are. However, it's still grindy, right? I mean, getting these right charms, we're now trying. We rolled already past like 2,000 dust to get anything that resembles a charm we're looking for. And it might take just, you know, even like the whole rest of the day. Potentially get that. A single one more, right? If we're unlucky, we might still not even get one. Yeah, why did my stone fall out of me? Curse this place. The 90 is also pretty simple. We just noticed that we could do some more in our survivability. Again, I mean, having like a 600,000, it's not enough. My main problem is no resistances, you know? Definitely no resistances. They're not high enough. Like my physical defense, I think, is fine. But my other defenses are down at 50% only, and 50% is not enough. Which charms that are using Abaddon? The one for demon form? It makes your demon form stack up and do stack up shenanigans. If I wouldn't attack, my demon form would essentially make me ultra vulnerable, right? But since I'm attacking, my demon form does not make me ultra vulnerable. And I turn this vulnerability into strength. And since I can spam my attack, I just never have the negative effect of the set happening. Optimally, I would now get the mythic charm that allows me to use sets with 2 greater effect. So I could add another set bonus to this, and then you could add the sigil set bonus, which would actually add a substantial amount of damage. Now he just got instant. Okay, which dude is this here? I think I would have to try something here, especially for boss fighting. This is our first long boss fight, Chad. We could try something for boss fighting. You can pull a point out here, another point. And we're going to put this into the actual get dominance when you fall and do. It's minimal, but it might help me for boss fights to actually streamline the whole thing that we're doing here. 71, 70, 72. So that's a good upgrade. I'm doing before. I mean, this one's at 90, right? We've been doing quite well with that. Can potions be upgraded? Yes, with affixes. How do you solve your resource issue? Lucky hit. Restores resource. And we have a Paragon for resource generation, plus some other stuff. So all helping. Okay, this brings us up to more life. That's good. But we need more resistances. Like I'm not sure where your resistance are at, chat, but so my physical or my armor is at a decent value. Also not as much as it should. But my magic resistances are only at 53%, and they can all go all the way up to 90, right? So we definitely need to work on this. I'm not sure where yours are sitting, but I feel like we're a bit low, right? We're teensy weensy bit low. Okay, let's see. That one is shit. That one is shit. That one is shit. That one stays. Shit, 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 shit. Harash, no. Mathis. % fire damage and critical strike chance. You stay with me. Good. What did we say? We are Helltide, but we wanted to go for Torment 10. So to make it a bit more rewarding, right? Tiny things, but we wanted to try how it feels. My resistances are about the same as paper in fire. It's definitely one thing that I have been not caring about that much, but how do I say this? I know this is my job, right? I know I have to make good builds and that kind of stuff, and I know I should care more. But I hate the toughness system so much that I have a hard time caring about making my toughness work. I think it's such a dumb system to what we had before. Unnecessarily convoluted and just stupid. That I'm just unwilling to really use my brain juice. I mean, I'll start doing it at some point when I get annoyed by not having it, right? but I don't like it. Okay, I'm allowed to not like it, yeah? I'm allowed to find the system stupid. Go boss in 22 minutes. Thank you, Sin. This is what I wanted to do, chat. This is what I wanted to do. I wanted to get one of these here one of these circle thingies and then just stand in the middle and grasp everything. This is so satisfying. Yeah, like this, only people that have farmed this with an inefficient build understand how satisfying it is to do this. because you're just sitting in the middle and you just get everything and you don't have to run around in circles, right? This is just like the greatest fun. Now we're just gonna push the build that I can do this on Torment 12 as well, right? And then we're good. I mean, if I could get my hands to hit like for 20 billion instead of for 10 billion, that would make a huge difference. Because then we're gonna be absolutely cooking, but we're getting there, you know? Does this feel good? I mean, does this look good for you? Does this look bad? Do you not like what you see, sir? Yes, the build is good, and the build has a lot of scaling left, and that's what we're working on right now. Working on the bonus scaling to take this to its final form. I'm not 100% sure if I'm happy with my soul shard. This is something we can discuss if you want to, chat. Because I have a hard time quantifying how powerful it is. Does that make sense to you? Is boring to you? Yeah, I mean, some people will find powerful builds boring. Some people will find doing less not as appealing as doing more. Are you going to try the Army of the Dead Necro? I will sure as hell try Army of the Dead Necro. I theory crafted the whole thing before this season, and I can't wait to actually play what I made. It's almost like PvE1, I can't see the screen. No, sir. Seeing the screen is overrated. End stage ARPGs don't want you to see the screen. That's like, like, why are you even playing these games? To look at the graphics? Nah. You look at the damage numbers. I think Apocalypse or minion builds with chains are funnier. Well, see, there you have me. I found Apocalypse, for example, super boring. When you have a build that essentially tries to stack an ulti and then just spam an ulti. But each to their own, right? Do you have a build up for this yet? No, sadly not. I'm sorry. We haven't solved all the issues the build has yet. That's why we also have to care for defense today. I think we could fix armor really easy. We'll definitely have to try the armor fix. Oh, I just got invaded, Chad. Oh no, we're sitting below this thingy and we're getting invaded. 13.1 billion, Chad. The first double digit for the hands. Well done. Okay, this is good. Your health keeps dropping fast for this Undying aspect. The Undying aspect allows you to cast, and every skill cast heals you. So you're losing life, but you're getting life back at the same time. And that is, that's kind of like the whole trick to it. Okay? So you're pretty much trading life for life, and then you get more life, and then you have life, and then you have life, and then the life just keeps you lifing. Okay? That's like it. That's the whole shiznit. Stupid dude. If you could get one mythic, which one would you pick? Probably Harlequin Crest currently. I mean, I think Harlequin Crest is exactly the same, right? 4 skill ranks plus the damage reduction. There's nothing better than Harlequin Crest currently for most builds. I mean, 4 skill ranks in my case would be 40% more damage for this build. Yeah. Perfect, right? No questions asked. How do you maintain demon form? Every cast of the claws turns me into a demon. Umbra. So I cast the claws C demon form. I'm not demon form. Let's get out. I cast the claws demon form. And since I just hold down the claws, demon form. Then every cast of my jump, also demon form, right? Look, Mom, no hands. I totally didn't grieve that. Ah! And that is like the cool thing about the build. Since I maintain demon form at any given point, I don't have to have it in my skill bar, right? I don't have to cast demon form, but I still get all the bonuses of demon form. So as soon as I turn into it, I get the bonus life, I get the bonus, like everything. Way too useful not to do. Does this build need Grandfather? No. You can't use Grandfather because you need the Anathema of the Primes. So this is the sword you need, Anathema. Mine got fire damage multiplier. Mine got weapon damage greater affix. Yeah. Mine got 125% critical strike damage. We have a lucky... And mine got maximum life, which is also really important. I actually get the perfect Anathema. It's quite illegal. Enduring Faith, chat, but sadly not as a greater affix. So you need Enduring Faith as a greater affix to turn it into a charm. Very useful. How's Claw turning you into a demon? How's your Claw not turning you into a demon? Claw says... Tyrant Grasp becomes a direct grasp attack that transforms you into demon form. That's it? Ta-da? Talisman items. How to keep resource generation full? We have bonus Wrath generation. We have Wrath generation on our gear. We do have also the lucky hit chance to make Wrath. And since we're spamming out all these hands, like the lucky hit chance for Wrath kind of works really nifty for us. And then we have our Fallen rotate around us for also Wrath. Now, optimally, I would have only like 1 or 2 lucky hit chance for Wrath. Okay? That would be the optimal stage. That I would use like 1 or 2, maybe just 1. Because then, if I only have 1 for the lucky hit chance for Wrath, I could use the other for critical strike damage multipliers, which is obviously like the end stage damage. Now, I gotta keep enough Wrath generation, though, that I am always Wrathed up, right? That's important. But not only enough Wrath generation to always be Wrathed up, also to over-Wrath. Because I need to over-Wrath to have 4 overpower stacks. So right now, I'm creating Wrath here, right? And if I get more than my total Wrath that I'm having, so if I over-Wrath, essentially, then I'm building up overpower stacks. And these overpower stacks, they give me 130% bonus damage. So I'm pretty much required to over-Wrath. I haven't found like a better way to create overpower stacks yet. I guess we could technically play a Banished Lord's Talisman. But that would require me to use up resource, right? And I don't think we use resource up fast enough to make it work. Like, to make it make sense. I'm not sure about that. What to do to get better charms? You can get better charms from Undercity tributes. Obviously, give you more charms. Very useful. You can get better charms from just like Nightmare Dungeons, Helltide, everything gives you charms as well. Then ultimately you want to re-roll set charms over and over and over again to get the most out of it. Oh, I just kind of did this and then I didn't do it. So it's of utmost importance that you use your Horadric Cube, right? I thought the Horadric Cube wouldn't be that useful, right? It would just be like a gimmicky bonus. But I'll take everything back I thought before. The Horadric Cube is like the main centerpiece of just making your character good. Crimson Desert held you hostage taming birds. Yeah, I mean, like, most people will have to accept that they're done with Crimson Desert at some point. You know, it's like, I love my single-player games too. But single-player games are like a good book. At some point, you're just done. then you can reread that book if you want, like another time, right? Or your favorite passages or whatsoever. But at some point, you just gotta move on. Instead of trying to suck every little ounce of joy out of it that's maybe left or not left. Which boss, chat? Which boss? 14 and 11 billion against 17 billion, like 20 billion. Let's go! The damage is stacking! Why do we suddenly 20 billion? The problem was that other bosses never had enough HP to let me stack my damage to the max. Right? So we can do 20 million, just that normal enemies, they don't have the life to allow me to stack my damage. Okay, that's good. I like it. Very good news. 3 to Abyss Guilds. Are you fucking kidding me, maid? Just, why don't you just spit me in the eye? Just like, seriously. 3 to Abyss Guilds. That one can stay. That's a fur. That's useful. Okay, what do we have here? Oh, we got a pin. I'm glad overpower is useful. Oh yeah, overpower is cool the way it is now, especially because it ain't a gamble anymore. So as much as I like overpower, I just don't want overpower to be a gamble. This hit the chance, try to like somehow turn it down, and then hit the chance higher again, and then whatsoever. Overpower is now a system that you can use for builds, every build, but it's like a reasonable system that's not completely overtuned. Because let's be fair, overpower was completely overtuned, unquestionable, right? Okay, let's do a different one where we didn't die in the first 2 seconds. So overpower was like right crit on crit, and then overpower and now it's more like, sure, more overpower, why not, more fun. By the way, how are you liking the skin, chan? It kind of made me like, it seemed a combination of the Eye of Sauron together with the frenzied dudes in Elden Ring. I don't know if you have those references for you, but there's the frenzied sorcery, and they always have this eye with them. You say no to that, skin. These rats use, oh my lord, what was that? What are they called again? The summon rats out of their shit. Yeah. The undeath avatars. A red pit is probably the best one. Like, whenever I have red kings, usually the progress is like really quick. Because the red kings, they die rather fast, right? And they leave behind more rats, and these rats can then spawn all the bonus progress resource, and then you get more bonus progress resource, right? It's usually pretty OP. Unless you're obviously dying to whatever elemental undeath effect they do. It's crazy they took all the passives out. I think it's good they took all the passives out. However, it did also make putting skill points in more boring. Yes, we have more meaningful choices. Yes, obviously. The problem is, after you've done the meaningful choices, it's just the most boring, just invest more skill points, right? Now it might be a better system than what we had before, but I still don't think we're there yet. But I also don't think it will change anytime soon again, right? So this is what we have right now. Just accept it. But end of the day, it's like a partially more exciting system with more choice, but then again with less choice. What I dislike is that there's any kind of skill taken out of putting skill points in, right? There's no meaningful, like, might it be better to put like only 1 point in here because that is already the maximum amount of bonuses, right? Is it then better to, is it kind of, I'm missing that. I don't know how to say this, you know, but I'm missing something. Okay, this is a pit 19. And we're doing it in 3 minutes. It's kind of nice. I guess I could almost do a pit 100 then. 14 billion again, Chad. Let's see how high the numbers can go. 6 billion. Oh, come on. We're about to stack. Yeah, bleed Bart, 1 passive point for easy CC and that kind of stuff. I miss like these choices, but again, that's probably me just high horse complaining, right? You gotta like just accept that maybe the system is just better like this and it is what it is. You know, get over yourself, pony. Problem is I don't see what he does, right? So he apparently can kill me with a hit, right? But I don't see what he does. So we definitely gotta now juice our defenses before we do further stuff, chat. I will accept the feedback. Tony, you gotta do a bit of the defense juicing. Oh my goodness, like I just don't see when that red thingy here spawns. I just don't see it. This is causing all kinds of issues. I don't see when you spawn it, my friend. And that causes me to die. Randomly. Aha, now I saw it. We did not die, Chan. Because I paid attention. Someone. He does more. We're gonna stun him. No, no, wait. Running out. Oh no, he's stunned in the middle. Bad. Okay, I think he's stunning like now in all the pools, and we just want him to come out there. Sir, could you please come out there? Be very kind. So we don't walk into your stupid pools of stupidness again. Okay, we're gonna get him stunned and then just nuke maximum, chat. Okay, maximum nuke! Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry. Forced me to actually play the game. Okay, we get the Unbound further up. So this one is required, chat. This is here adding, after spending 50 Wrath, you deal increased damage and gain 25% increased Wrath generation. That one is really useful. You could technically go for critical strikes, generate 1 Wrath. But the problem is, you could technically make 8 Wrath with 1 hand, right? Should we try it out? Critical strike? I mean, I like that it's crit strike multiplier. I hate that we're using a multiplier. However, we have 1,200 critical strikes, so it might be good. Let's try it out, chat. Let's try that one out. Maybe that is what we need to, you know? Okay, let's do a bit deeper, so we just don't get in the danger of dying. Oh, it's the World Boss. Yes, sorry, I forgot about World Boss. Did I miss him? Oh, nah, I'm too late. It's fine. Thank you for trying to remind me. Do you never go out of meta form with this build? No. Lucas, no. It's infinite. You're infinite demon form. Thing is, if I actually manage to generate, like, see, we do a lot of crits. And if each crit gives me 1 Wrath back, and if each hand counts as 1 Wrath, then technically 1 cast can give me 8 Wrath. And if I have more Wrath generation, then I should get more Wrath too. So technically it could work. Also, since it's flat crit that we would be getting, it would work with our 1000% crit multiplier that we have currently. So in ground theory of everything added together, it should work. By the way, Chad, how are you liking the new pit designs? I ask that every day because I'm, you know, like to see what people think, if they actually like it. I think it's really well done. Makes me happy. I mean, it's still the same pit, right? So functionally, it doesn't change. Just like the vibe. I got the stove back, Weck. No worries, Blaze. I remembered. Love it, Umbra. I guess goes for people that have played it so much. Hey, show your build. Sorry, we don't have a planner for this one yet. After the stream, if I have enough time, I'll create the planner. But latest tomorrow morning, you're gonna have the full build breakdown. I mean, usually I take my time after we're done with the stream to kind of rehash everything we have learned. And then off stream, I try a few more combinations, uncommon ones, common ones, to maybe squeeze out like another 20% more damage. And on stream, I pretty much use my time for testing what we do and obviously farming more resources to test more things, right? That's why we're doing so many war plans here right now, so we can just test stuff. And we get more glyphs leveled, so we can test more stuff. War plan trees made pit better. Yeah, I mean, like, it's just so much more fun to actually do a pit because you have to do it because of a war plan. That's at least how I personally feel about this as well. And then, obviously, the pit now having 8 to 9 upgrades per pit run. That's just a chef's kiss. Like, don't tell me you don't love it, chat. I mean, being able to just get like a bajillion upgrades for your stupid glyphs and not have to run that many. I like that. That's just so much better. It's just so much better. War Plan's current form is highly restrictive. On the one hand, yes. On the other hand, like it takes the load of me to think what I want to do, right? I just literally have the pit tell me what I'm supposed to. The war plans just tell me what I'm supposed to do. I feel like it wouldn't have to be 3 rerolls. I guess just give us infinite rerolls so we can just go. Okay, 5 willpower. See, I just have to do another one and we're going to be fully leveled. Oh, shit. No, I forgot to put the stone in. Okay, wait. I needed to do Helltide, yeah. I have the... What is it called again? I have the shaboinky boinky splinters to use. You've been playing Dreadclaw since the Warlock came out and this one makes you jealous. Honestly, Dreadclaw is killer, brother. But Dreadclaw is... It doesn't feel as cool as... You know? It's not worse. It just doesn't feel as cool as. Hey, where's the yellow chest? Why don't I see it? Am I blind, John? Oh, there. Jesus, I knew it. I got the trees to level 6, but Infernal Hordes is 0. Nah, I've done 6 wave Infernal Hordes. So what I recommend doing Infernal Horde wise is never open a 10 wave compass. Just have the Infernal Horde open for you. Okay? That's my personal trick, how I still enjoy the Infernal Hordes, by just doing less of them. I usually love the Infernal Hordes. Don't get me wrong. The Infernal Hordes used to be my favorite activity. But that has changed, right? I just don't want to be bound in the Infernal Hordes that long. So I just let the game open me up a 6-wave Infernal Horde, and then I'm just good to go, right? I enjoy my 6-wave Infernal Horde. I get whatever rewards I can out of it, and then on to the next. On to the next. But don't waste time. The thing is that I have enough Opticide. I'm not sure how you're doing, but I'm at 30,000 Opticide constantly. I never not have Opticide. I always have enough. I'm rather running out of Forgotten Souls than I run out of Opticide. So yeah. Let's find the Lady of the Helltide, shall we? Oh, Baneful Heart. I'll take that. How many hearts do you have, chat? This is an international heart call out. How many hearts are in your storage? I remember the time when the hearts were new and you used to have like 150 hearts with you. Who remembers that? The first season where we actually get the hearts and they still had a good drop rate. And then the drop rate got nerfed, and then the drop rate got nerfed, and then the drop rate got nerfed, and you're just like, but why? But why? And why? That was so weird. Hungry Hungry Hippos? Yes, this is the Hungry Hungry Hippos build. I'm with you on that one. So if I quickly clear this out, and then open up another Helltide, I could be getting the most out of it. What do you think about a loot filter? I have a minimal loot filter that recolors a few things, and that's about it. I hide common items because if I want common items, I just obel gamble. Uh-oh. I have a problem here, chat. I might collect 175 cinders in the moment where I actually kill the Hell Maiden, and then it's going to be unfortunate. But if we get to the problem where we accidentally collect too many cinders... we finally reached the high damage point. Just started dying. Sorry, boys. I got this. The build will be excellent for a cow level. What can scale the Undying aspect? Healing received. Healing received should scale it.
It is done.
Material of keys. Honestly, last keys chests were terrible. Do we just open any chest? Or do we try to open the right chest? And I wanted to have the triple here. Just open any chest right now. Then we open up another war plan and we try to get like an Infernal Horde right away. And we could open another chest. That's the plan. Right? And I have 2 more chests of mysteries that I can open up. So that would work splendid if we do this. Unless we now die to something unforeseen. Chest armor. Maybe that could finally be good. I can't find Temerity. Where to farm it? Duriel and Dariel Harbinger. I got mine from Duriel. But I think I also got one from Harbinger. Oh, like Duriel should be safe to go for. Wow, that was such a shitty reward. Chest piece. Maximum life, Waltz of Agony. I could potentially reroll this one. Oh, we could remove the one aspect. Okay, I want a Helltide. Shit, that's Destroy Urvar. That's... Pit, Helltide, boss, pit. Nah. That one. Hit. Let's do an 80 quick so we get our bonus Wrath. Is Spiritborn bad? No, Spiritborn is currently the strongest build. We will actually have... So, would you like in the next days a video chat on the current game-breaking builds? So, we're not talking about what is fun, okay? We're not talking about what is a joy to play, what is interesting, kind of cool. We're just talking about the builds that currently break the game, right? The builds that are completely overtuned, the builds that do the 20 trillion damage, that kind of stuff. I think I wanted to have a video on that tomorrow as well, where we just, you know, just touch on each of one of them. Just so you have like an overview of what's fucking clucking out there. if you then wanted to play that. I know some people just want to play the strongest builds, and I don't hate you for that, you know? I just think it's sometimes boring because the strongest build is not always the funniest build. Also, you don't actually need that amount of damage to beat Torment 12. That's the most important part, right? You don't need trillions of damage to beat Torment 12. You just need double-digit billions in the higher ends, and then you're fine. That's something you need to understand, right? So with like 10 billion damage regularly, you can already reach Torment 12. Then obviously you need the defenses to exist in Torment 12, which is a whole different beast. And as you can see, we have all the damage and we can go up like extremely nicely damage-wise. But we need to fix our resistances, which are ass. I'm with the dead build for Necro on Sunday. We will begin our Necro journey. I am very excited, looking forward to that. Sir, all kinds of excited. Not sure what I want to level with. If it's going to be Minion Necro with Blood Surge. Probably. But yeah, all kinds of excited. Have you done Mephisto yet? Nope. My Abyss build can do it from a damage standpoint. So the Abyssal Demon. But my defense is shit. Okay. So on the Abyssal build, I have to find new items with more defense before I can do anything. But honestly, finding greater affix items is hard. I'm not sure how it's looking for you, chat, but I am mostly... I don't have a single S tier item. I mean, even my gloves. So my gloves are extremely good for this build, right? They're extremely good. But they came without a greater affix. So technically, they're not perfect. Technically, they're not good. Technically, I need more. Okay, nice. What are we going to kick out now? Are we going to kick out? We got a Volatile. We got the Demon Summons. We got Demon Form. We have Spending Wrath. And we have Arc Fiend. So hit from Arc Fiend skills are a must. They need to stay. Arc Fiend skill stacks need to stay as well. We got the Volatile. We got the Demonology. If I have to take one out, it would probably be that. We have a willpower stack here. Okay, this would now give us more crit damage and wrath per crit, okay? Which is technically amazing because we're already sitting at 1000% plus, but with this now we're sitting at 400% more. And we should technically make more resource, right? So let's see about that. How come your Rampage doesn't consume Dominance in the Rampage build? Because Abyss Rampage. Abyss Rampage doesn't consume it. Chat, a shout out for Mr. Boji who's saying crap game. He's one of these angry gamers who's sitting behind you and telling you to stop having fun. Stop having fun, chat! Please. Would you hold on like for a second having fun because there's a person trying to tell you that the game you're playing is bad. Listen. Could you spare a second? Because apparently the game's bad and you're not supposed to have fun. I'm sorry to tell you this. I literally hate to tell you this. Every 15 kills in the last 60 seconds increases your damage by 2 and your maximum life by 1. It would be really funny because this would make me so much stronger if I could equip this as well. Like the actual power gain I would get from this is horrifying for my opponents. Okay, where am I? So let's start re-rolling. This is my set, Flash of Abaddon. We're still trying to get a better occult skills. Nope. 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 It is the most frustrating thing in the world. Occult skilled 3 times in a row. If you give me occult skilled, abyss skills. Really? From demonology, thank you. And it's the bearer again, right? Gnome lore, Linta, Barrow. Fuck yeah. It's 1 more skill rank. That's good. The problem is it's demonology that works here. That works on the rampage. It doesn't work on the Sigil of Chaos. So Hellfire skills would just be better. Which is the sad part, right? It's that demonology works, but it would be better different. Phoba also. All right, as you notice, we haven't seen Hellfire in ever. It's really disappointing. Okay, my crit's up really big. What do we do now? I wanted to do the chest piece. So we got to get rid of the Wall of Agony. And we got to get rid of the poison resistance. So what we could do is we could focused reroll. Chaotic reroll the... It counts as what does Wall of Agony count? As a defensive aspect, right? That's the problem. Oh, man. So I could potentially remove the maximum life. Yeah, they all count as defensive aspects, right? Because it doesn't count as that, doesn't count as that. Doesn't count as offensive too, you know? So they all count. No, wait. Which counts as offensive aspect here? Which counts as an offensive one? The Wall of Agony? Yeah, that's sad. Let's forget about that. Do I have another chest? I've like, gathered a couple of chests, but nothing too amazing. This one, willpower, armor, fortify. Would fortify count as utility? Life on kill is a... So willpower should stay, armor should stay with the... Yeah, it's cold resistance now. Now it's only defensive ones, which is the problem. Oh, we're not getting anything I'm looking for.
Step up to my anvil. Taken apart.
Nothing too exciting, chat. I need a better chest piece. My chest piece is like good. It does the trick. It has fizz. It has armor. It has maximum life, right? We get our thingy. I guess we could get rid of the Ross generation of our pants. Do I have better pants? We have pants that have fortify. We have pants that have maximum life, shadow. We have pants that have life regen, which is useless. Over the 3,000 armor, I guess. And we just have to re-roll the Helion Sting into not the Helion Sting. My preferable resistance to all elements, right? I love how expensive this is and how you're not able to afford this, by the way, Chad. Right? It's super not frustrating to lose all your money.
Goodbye. It has been.
Okay, we got this up.
What is a Ventress, isn't it?
Now we can temper, I guess, resistance to all elements. I mean, technically for me, it's best to temper the maximum life because maximum life multiplies into damage for me. But at the same time, I do need the resistance to all elements.
That
don't need the willpower, but I don't have the money to flick this onto something else, which is the problem. Okay, maximum life, at least.
Mainlander, what brings you?
Does he never raise the money on everything? Yes. I mean, you can get money by selling your... You can get money by selling your charms, for example. They're quite worth a lot, right? Sell value a million, sell value a million, 8 million, 13 million. So if you just wanted to make, just sell here, like here, right? I just take these two, and then instead of disenchanting them, I'll just sell them. But how can it be that the game doesn't give me enough money and I just have to sell that, right? Yeah, this is like the secret source of monetary here. Ta-da. But you still have to get them for this, right? Okay, held tight again. Shit, that was what I wanted to do. I almost forget about the whole plan, Chad. The whole plan of getting so many cinders that I could just knock out the hell tides. Oops. $45 billion cost to change your trees. Honestly, I never looked at the cost. I think I burned a lot of money there. But yeah, it honestly makes no sense that this would be even costing a single cent, because you want to experiment with this kind of stuff. So why would it be this expensive? Right? Okay, whatever kept you alive this long. Oh shit. Wow, this it's right here, Chan. I get blessed by the heavens. Ladies and gentlemen, it's right here. Wait for me! Wait for me! I get like there's there. 19 seconds. Let's go. Huh. Easy. Now we can go into a pit to test our damage. Do you know if I can make the spell Fiend of Abaddon not make an ulti but an Arc Fiend? What do you mean? It's always going to be an ulti? So we just juiced our armor, yeah, we made our armor, and that brought us up to at least 71%. So that was good. 4,000 armor bonus, Chad. Look at me. At least some kind of resistance here, even though my other resistances are still torched. Oh, the different war plans, but they fixed that, didn't they? That you now get more out of it. I mean, last time I read the patch notes, I thought they made this better now. Okay, sir, if you're sitting in that cage, my hands can't grapple you. Oh, I lost my stone. When? The build needs to get like rammed first, because you're pretty much turning like your negative demon form stacks into positive demon form stacks. So in the beginning, it'll hurt some people, and then you can become stronger. That was the elemental damage once again, Chan. Once I fix my elemental damage issue, I'm gonna be happy, but that's going to take us a while. Are you gonna tell me I have to like abandon all my damage pursuits in the Paragon tree and look for... I don't even know what kind of elemental damage you're doing, sir. Yeah, he just does some random elemental explosions that hurt me. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna summon this, and then I'm gonna pick this up, and then we're just gonna ignore him because it's annoying. I don't want to fight elemental damage. Ah, he summons the fallen elemental dudes. Can't build some diamonds? Surprisingly, no, I can't. Come on. I just have like I have one royal diamond, and the other two are shitty diamonds. My good diamonds are in my other two builds. So that's one of the issues when you make multiple builds. You have your socketables spread out around them, which means one build might end up with inferior socketables. That's completely normal. I guess we have to pull some damage out of the Paragon board and move it over to elemental shenanigans. Even though I think I have taken like all the elemental shenanigans nodes. I'm not entirely sure. But we could also just do more damage and farm more Paragon points like that. So how about we just don't look for our defenses and just do more damage, and like with the more damage, just get more Paragon. No, yes. Is Dreadclaw's the best build for leveling? I don't know. I leveled with Rampage Demons, and it was amazing. Then I went over Rampage Demons with Abyssal Power, and that was amazing as well, and brought me to Torment 12. Is the game now way better or the same as before? I mean, it is on the one hand way better, and it's at the same time the same as before. So yes and no and yes. It's honestly changed to the better, but in its base setup, Diablo will always be the same. I can only tell you I'm currently having 10 out of 10 fun. Mild frustration about my defenses, but this is just myself, right? Again, this is just me being stubborn. Okay, this is me being stubborn and wanting to progress faster than I should, because as always, I gotta reach Torment 12. It doesn't matter if I die some, I'll just make up for it with perseverance, right? So if I would take my time and play a bit slower and just play a Torment tier lower and just get a little bit less rewards, then yeah, sure, I could do that. But for this, I would have to, you know, play a bit slower, play a bit lower, get a bit less rewards, and I don't want to do that. Let's get this one. Because every point of thingy is more crit, so it's like really worth it. Yeah, that's like asking to not make faces in thumbnails. Exactly, Solanus. Preposterous. Asking me to pull out damage. I mean, let's reasonably look. What could we do? So we could pull a willpower out here to get 1.5% more elemental resistance. Then we got here these taken. Okay, I'm a grown-ass adult. But we don't have this one taken. And that is a lot of armor and resistances, reasonably. Then we can take this one as well. Also, a lot of armor and resistance. We got this one not taken, which is also a lot of armor and resistance, but not as much as the other node. This one is, there's more total life missing here, so that we could take. Yeah. So if I now was reasonable, I'm like, we're going to pull this out to reduce it. That's 2 more points. That would instantly give me here elemental resistance. So we're now to 3% more, but I guess every percent counts when we're like only at 56.2%, right? Then we could pull out here another 4 points. That is going to bring our armor up. Actually, you know what? Might it be better to move in? If I take these all out, because we don't need them for anything. See, now that's 6% more armor, 3% more resis. So our armor is now suddenly at 72.4, right? And this one is also gone up a bit. Little things count. I mean, what's definitely missing is just drinking a potion to boost it, right?
Up to my anvil.
I still want to get rid of the evade charges here for something, for just another defensive skill, right? But I want all the maximum life to get all the things. I guess my helmet is shit. Okay, my helmet is shit, ladies and gentlemen. Shall we go and kill some, what are they called again? Duriel to potentially get a better helmet? I think it'd be a nice thing. Okay, set charms. Show me the money. No. 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 Technically good. Terrible. No, no. Oh, we also have this. That. There. 2,500 obolts. Whoa! Maybe we'll get a better item. Chad? So, from all of this, we get ourselves an Agrim's chest. We didn't get a single item with a greater affix, Chad. I mean, these gloves are not terrible. The boots are terrible. Yep, and everything gets destroyed. Cool. So, that brings me to... Which one do we want to kill? Ah, Duriel. Sehr gut. There's a stream in portrait mode because you're in the official vertical stream, but there's also a horizontal stream where everyone else is hanging out and having fun, Rorm. Come over. Oh, by the way, you know what we should do? We should add an aspect to our amulet because I don't think I will get a better amulet anytime soon. So, should we start transfigure boosting it, Sean? I killed Duriel 10 times, no temerity. Honestly, I'm really upset, and I say upset, about the amount of not unique drops that bosses partially have. I feel like they took it a bit too far with the unique drops and not the unique drops appearing. Because it's really bad partially. There's the damage coming together. Well, my damage ain't scaling as it should right now. I'm missing quite some numbers. No, that took longer. Problem is, I don't see the ground Duriel effect here that's going around, right? I don't see where it is. So it might as well be strangling me already. And now we're properly scaling. Oh no, I finally get fumbled, Chad. Finally get eaten. Yeah, let's make this a bit faster. Torment 10 is too slow for me. This is Tyrant's Grasp, ladies and gentlemen. Where you grasp and hurt. It's technically Torment 10. Not really. I mean, you just need billions of damage. Condition code. You just need billions of damage. Right? That's it. Oh, you hurt me, Duriel. Could you please cast the Blazing Scream? Sir? Hello? Okay. I'm not sure why you don't want to cast the Blazing Scream. No. Okay, don't ask me what happened there. I was just trying to cast that, but he was just literally refusing it. Okay, we need a Godslayer crown that doesn't stink. Might be harder than it looks. Right? So the problem is my Godslayer crown just stings. It has thorns, cooldown, demonology skills, willpower. The demonology skills is good, but the rest stings. Okay, now finally he cast that. Good. Fantastic. So like it's a tier 9 and I get 1 unique. Like, you know, I don't know what exactly they did, but it just doesn't feel right. Right, getting like 1 unique. Like, excuse me. Something feels decisive wrong there. What character is this? This is a warlock, sorry. A helm, finally. Okay, you see this portal, chat? So I've never been to a Nemesis lair. I've always just picked it, but I've never gone. So what do I get here now? Oh, I get Varshan and Grig. You know what? The build might be just perfectly made for this. Match made in heaven. To deal with the situation of having like 2 annoying dudes going on, right? Because we pretty much just have both of them stunned. And just kill them at the same time. Ashford, thank you for the gifted memberships. Regiza, thank you for the 52 months. Good to see you there, gentlemen. Let's go. Loot galore. Can't pick up all the loot because there's too much loot. Okay, I'll be back to pick it all up. Okay, what do we have? We have a Infernal Homunculus in Greater Affix. That's good. The gauntlets, no, the one-handed weapons. We got a Rictus of Terror. That was the helm we got. We got a Seat of the Horizon, but not in Greater Affixed. We got boots, and that's it. I mean, it's like sad that you have like an inventory full of items, right? And the only thing you can do is this. Okay, that was quite heavy. So we need a better helmet, and hopefully that helmet gives us more resistance. I mean, technically we also, again, don't have to play the Godslayer crown, because I think my hands would be pulling things in themselves as well. Critical strike chance and maximum life, that's a killer focus. We got a all damage and cooldown. Nah, I don't like that. Rest of the stuff, it's an elegy, but we don't need it. It's pain gorgers, we don't want it. What's this again? Not even considerable.
What brings you? I'll be here, swinging away.
Crazy part is how few salvage you're also getting. I feel like we should be getting way more. Because partially you salvage so much and the outcome is like nothing. I mean, like literally nothing. Right? Okay, what do we got here, ladies and gentlemen? Maybe an upgrade. So that's terrible. 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 I mean, seriously, there's not a single one with Hellfire skills. That's it. We're really trying, ladies and gentlemen. We're really trying. Abyss skills. Hellfire skills. It's a fur. My fur is nothing. And physical resistance, so yubba dubba doo, Chad. Occult skills. Demonology. That's Beru, but we have... No, Beru is demonology and resistance. Core skills. Has demonology. I'm looking obviously for Hellfire. That's some lore again. Demonology and lucky hit chance for freeze, but we have 4 freeze already. No, days. I guess I'll take freeze. Okay, at least, ladies and gentlemen, we're sitting at plus 17. That's fine-ish. We need more Paragon points. And we need more defenses. Okay, before we go anywhere, let's quickly knock out 2 chests. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Reroll. I don't have any more stuff to reroll. I am broke as broski. Oh, look at this. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, the perfect start. Royal Ruby. Let's try to make diamonds, okay? I'm gonna make better diamonds now that we can get this one up. And then we're gonna also get Rahir. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'll finally relent. I finally cave in. We're finally getting Rahir. In case you missed this, so you have your mercenaries, right? And Rahir is the ultimate defensive mercenary. He gives you a nice damage multiplier against your opponents, but he also makes you just not die, because he just boosts your defenses. He pulled me out. What a sucker. I hate him. I hope he dies. Diablo is much like Path of Exile. So if Path of Exile is a banana and Diablo 4 is a tomato, then both are ARPGs. Yeah. I hope that helps. You haven't hit any buttons? I hold down my right mouse button. Oh, look, chat, there's one more. Hawkins, let's go. Look, it's Hawkins and me. Whoa. Let's go, Hawkins. Woo! Gamers! Oh, Echo Varshan, what are you doing here, Varshan? I think our boy might have died, Chan. Dude, that Varshan has life. Oh, he also poisoned me. I don't like this. I'm not here to lose my shit. I came here to demonize, not to be demonized. With 3 players, the HP of that thingy has risen to illegal proportions. The crazy part is I'm not even getting loot for this. So in case you didn't know that, because I am not responsible for putting Varshan into this area, I don't actually get rewards for killing him. Great, isn't it? So someone else just gets him spawned because of his war plan. And you're like, wow, that's crazy. You know, multiplayer game, right? Multiplayer game. Amazing. We love it. And that's like, oh yeah, by the way, fuck you. Sideways. You don't like that? Well, get good. Open this one. We need 30 more. Soul self-found mode can't come here fast enough. I'd like to see a soul self-found mode as well. I mean, with the war plans, with the Horadric Cube, I just don't see why we wouldn't have a solo self-found mode right now. It seems to be the perfect prelude to that, because we pretty much have all the ways, all the tools now to make our items. Like, right, I don't require in any way interaction with other players anymore, which is not completely true. It would still help to interact with other players, but generally speaking, I could get away without interacting with others. This build has the potential for pit 100. Yes, I mean, we do a pit 90 in 3 minutes, Claudio. Right now. I can do a pit 100 already with this build, so not the point. But so I can exist in Torment 10 also nicely. I could probably exist in Torment 11. I can clear Pit 100, but I couldn't comfortably play Torment 12 right now. I think Torment 12 is also somewhat overtuned for the average gamer. Then again, it is aspirational content, so I guess it fits. Do you enjoy speedrunning every game without enjoying them? Sir, I'm speedrunning every game and enjoying them. You seem to have an error in your logic and assume that I'm not having fun doing what I do. That is categorically wrong. Okay, we get some boots out of this. Hellhound Sabatons. Not that we have a billion of these already. 4 ranks to Molten Bomb. Nope. The sword is also a nope. Gloves are... have 10% attack speed. That's good. I like that. Maximum life cooldown reduction impairment. I don't want more willpower. I feel like willpower is a trap at this point. Yeah, we get our whisper done. SFS is not needed because Diablo's not pay to win like PoE and PoE 2. I don't literally understand how you could ever draw that comparison, sir. Solo self-found in any game allows for solo self-found leaderboards. In case you're not aware of it, but there is tons of pay to win happening in the leaderboards in this game. So solo self-found would be very much appreciated to avoid the Chinese gamers overtaking the leaderboard with the same greater affixed item exactly on every top 10 spot. This solo self-found would be very much appreciated. By the way, we have chosen new whisper stuff here. New Infernal Horde stuff that like makes every Infernal Horde enemy stronger, but also increases the rewards we're getting. Don't have a clue how people without the expansion are coping. Honestly, I have no clue how you play this game without the expansion right now. Not having the Roderick Cube is definitely a downside. I'm not even sure. Do people without expansion have war plans? Because like if people without expansions don't have war plans, then I literally don't I don't understand. Like I don't want to touch this game ever again without war plans. I'm sorry. Like it's the new normal for me. If I'm losing war plans, I'm losing my soul. They also don't have the new skills. Yeah, I think the third skill is locked, right? The third skill in the skill tree is locked if you don't have the expansion. So you have 2 variations, but you don't have the third one, which is kind of sad, and I think it's a very bad practice from Blizzard. Then on the other hand, I mean, if you want to have the full game experience, buy the expansion. So on the one hand, I really don't like the practice of doing that. On the other hand, I'm also not very surprised at all the slightest that it's being done. It was only a matter of time until something like this would occur. I don't like skills. I don't like skills being behind a paywall as well. But then again, it's a DLC, and you would also not like. If it was World of Warcraft, you would also not complain about the new, you know, update. You would just buy the new update and then be able to have the new max level. So I guess, end of the day, that's just that. Yeah, if you don't have charms, that's probably the biggest downside, because the charms is all your damage right now. Like if you don't have the talisman, it's over. I mean, right now my talisman is giving me like, I don't know what, 400% bonus damage or something in that direction. Right? It's just stupid good. Ah, we wanted to talk about my soul chart, by the way, chat, because we haven't decided if we wanted to keep it or not. I'm not 100% happy with the soul chart, so I don't think it does that much for the build, but I also don't know what alternative we really have. Building doesn't work. There is no building for this build, my friend. So as our shard, okay, we're currently playing Inferno Fragment. While you're volatile in demon form, Hellfire skill damage causes you to emanate fire for 2 seconds, dealing 30% of that damage to close enemies periodically over 2 seconds. Which is not terrible, per se. Alternative, we have Demon Form increases the damage of Hellfire Demonology skills by 30x and drains 4 dominance per second per close Hellfire Demonology summon to extend the duration. You could, like, the Blazing Scream would technically drain, and that would be terrible because you don't want that. And then we have Abodian gains increased cast speed and 20% movement speed. That's useless, and Abodian erupts brimstones during command Abodian, so that's completely bad. So technically, the Warden Fragment would work, right? But if I use the Warden Fragment and then summon him, I think he should technically drain my dominance. Yeah, something is definitely being drained here. So some dominance is being drained to extend the duration. I'm not entirely sure if I'm the fan of that. It would give me 30x more damage, but then again, also with how many hands I'm pulsing, I'm not sure if we're layering like a nice level of fire on top of fire on top of fire on top of fire. But hell, it extends my one demon here forever. Even though I don't think it's useful. Dominance is not used. Dominance is used. For our reg. And the reg is like a nice little bonus tool for bonus defense. Since we have the skill slots, we might as well do it. Oh, I almost stood just in that fiery explosion and it would have annihilated me. Thing is, we kind of don't want to have like this extended skill cost because the extended skill cost doesn't, the extended skill doesn't even do much for us. Is there a link? No, there is no link. I'm sorry. We're still fine-tuning things. I mean, just a second ago, we did something new with resource, which allows us to potentially get rid of one lucky hit chance to create resource. So I'm gonna re-roll that one in a jiff. The very thing works the way I want. We just cheese that hard. The angry cat build, the cat burglar. Hey, who's laughing there like a maniac, chat? You could also think about dropping the wretch as a defensive tool and replacing him through one of the abyssal casts. Because so just so you understand, why are we summoning the wretch? It has a twofold reason. I mean, once you need to summon the wretch because we have a Paragon board here that says demonic Dominance, spending dominance to summon a demon reduces wrath cost of your demonology skills, but it also gives you 80% more damage, right? So that's nice. That means every 12 seconds we need to summon a demon for dominance. I was thinking about doing this for the Sentinel as well. So we could do the Sentinel too. But we can't turn it into a Hellfire skill, because if you turn it into Hellfire, that's shit. So we could also take the Infernal Breath and do an Abyssal Torrent, right? Mm-hmm. So the command fallen would then give us volatility. So if we just say, instead of the reg I've been using, we go for the scream and have the scream here do our lesser demons something, and here just to cost more dominance. But it would cost 20, that's still fine. And then we need to make an abyssal skill, for example, which is stupid, because why would you want to make it an abyssal skill, right? Then you could summon that one. Why not wall for cheap spend? Because wall just feels really terrible for cheap spend. Also, if we're already using a skill, we might as well want something that's actually useful. Right? The thing is, if you're already going to spend, you want something that does something for you. Right? When it goes up to a few million damage per hit, if we would go for wall does literally like nothing for you. So you can have Wall of Agony has a chance to knock down. You can have Wall of Agony cost reduced. Wall of Agony does more damage. Wall of Agony spawns 3 demons, so you could probably make it super cheap. But then what? Probably here summons demons and pulls enemies inwards. Technically encircle, but the 30-second cooldown would be terrible. So none of this is like any way good. I mean, I agree that the Wall of Agony not costing something could be useful, but it would still feel terrible because it just doesn't do anything. We do this. More clutter. Lane, you're in the horizontal vertical stream. Horizontal stream. Oh, I'm so sorry. That was my excuse. If anyone yawned, that's on me. I'll take the blame. So you're in the wrong resolution stream. Full power, fire resistance. Nothing. Let's see what I get there for a ring chat with lightning resistance and willpower. What the fuck? Why does it have to be so sad, Chan? I still want a better Godslayer crown. Coming back to the topic of a better Godslayer crown. Oh, also diamonds. We wanted to make diamonds. I have one royal, and the other ones are not royal. I can't make more royals. I can at least make another flawless, so I don't have to wield a flawed one. But let's be fair, even if I fully upgrade them, I mean, they're 125, and this one would be... I mean, okay, it would be 250. It would be useful. So where do I get more diamond shit now, Chand? Where do I get more diamond shit? I know you can get gem fragments here. Ooh, that's nice. That is a grand amount of salvage. I love me grand amount of salvage, Chan. Use a website to get your builds, or you create them yourself. We create them ourselves, sir.
I'll be here, swinging away.
Okay, I want candy. We have 8 more keys. Oh, you know what we can do as well? We could take the and get nothing. Not happy. Okay, let's see how the wall would do in a fight versus Duriel. Or you can do gems for access ether. Interesting. Could probably do that. Got escalation dungeon with gem. Oh yeah, you could go for gem reserve. That's true. Nightmare dungeon that has gem reserve is obol reserve dungeon, gold equipment, obol equipment. Yeah, that would probably be something. I got hit. It's over, chat. He ate me. My soul, my booty, my everything. Mr. Doodle, I don't know what the Heavenly Strength aspect does right now, so I couldn't tell you. Oh my goodness. How much I hate Duriel for his random, like, interruptions of my carnage here. Okay, we have a problem with the wall because the wall despawns. I don't know how long it's up. So I'm potentially overplaying walls. You know, so the wall only costs 15 dominance, but the problem is that due to the wall, we couldn't really use it. Because it kind of like a helm finally, but not an ancestral helmet. It's also the wrong helm again. I know you dropped the Godslayer crown, chat. I know he can, right? Okay, just let me, could you just let me, should you just let me DPS? Got this. Well, we have a source of unstoppable, like, down here, technically. Here with the demon form, right? But that's like, makes it unstoppable, but each time you're hit with a crowd control, you take 10 stagger, and, you know, it's really annoying. Do you respec existing ones? I respec existing ones for this. Okay, we have double greater affix helmet, Chan. And it's again the Rictus of Terror. Could it have not been a normal double greater affix helmet? That would have been really, really good. Right? Really, really good. Now we might have a problem, chat. And the problem is that my last Godslayer crown I get from Andariel. Yeah. I just, you know, Andre, I get my last Godslayer crown from Andariel. You're right. Andariel is a bit more convenient to fight than Duriel because she doesn't like hurt you that much. Okay, already conclusion, chat. I don't like the Wall of Agony. Simply because the Wall of Agony just does nothing for us than exist. Whereas the Tortured Wretch at least does something. Does Endariel just take vastly less damage than Duriel? Or is Endariel just vastly thinner than Duriel? The Altar of Anguish just refused to take damage. Oh my lord. Only get 3 legendaries during campaign. That's normal. If you're getting legendaries during campaign, you're doing something wrong, sir. You'll be at the very end of the game and you'll ask yourself, where is my aspect? What is life? What is actually happening? What's my name? Right? That's completely normal. If you're not experiencing that, you're playing the game wrong. Our charm scaling seems a bit off right now. I guess I gotta re-equip all my charms. In case you never noticed, it can happen that your charms just stop functioning. I had that happen. I don't know what I did again to make it happen, but essentially all my charms just stopped functioning. It was so weird. I changed like one of them and then all of them just stopped working. As you can imagine, quite weird. And when I went back in my inventory, everything was grayed out. How come your ultimate isn't in your action bar? So when I use the Tyrant's Grasp, I'm a demon form. When I jump, I'm in demon form. And that's how I maintain my demon form. Okay, Godslayer Crown. And Godslayer Crown. I mean, at least it has maximum life. This one also has physical resistance, right? Both of them not terrible. I'll keep that sword. I see this. Don't worry, chat. I see the Nemesis lair.
To break another's work.
So, yeah. Okay. Good. Nemesis layers are awesome. Yep. We got so much loot from our first one there. It was crazy. Especially with this build, they're awesome because you can just really simply do it, right? How do you hop around? That is Rampage in its demon form version. Borovar and that. Oh, this is one that's going to be horrible. Yeah, this one's going to be horrible. Borovar is just really annoying on the damage front. Sometimes. That's like the problem. He's not always annoying. He's just sometimes annoying. He doesn't have any consistency in his annoyingness. Oh, that's... It makes Urivar a real problem. Down. Loot! Too much loot! Oh my goodness, my inventory's full. Oh, finally, Seed of Horizon. I haven't had that one in Greater Affix in forever. I'll be back. You're running Godslayer in your 6th charm slot. Oh, I forget that Godslayer is also charmable, right?
You know where to find.
I forgot. Let's say it's charmable. I know that Seed of Horizon is also charmable, right? Not 100% off. Keep poison. Another Cage of Madness. Charmable how? Oh, so you go into your Marauder Cube, press craft a unique charm, and then you could turn this into a unique charm. So instead of now using the Seed of Horizon as a amulet, I could add it as a charm, and it would increase the damage of my demonology skills per wrath I have. I have 100 wrath, so it's 75% more damage. Not that much, but it's nice to have. And 0.23 damage reduction per dominance, which is 40 dominance. That's also nice. So we would just get more tanky and more damagey because we exist. Very nice thing to do. Do I even want attack speed rolled armor? You want some attack speed, yes. More attack speed is always good. Was this new red gear? That's just my loot filter. Showing gears red. Experience. Yeah, didn't we say this one here, the super salvage run? Hit at the end.
It is done.
Talisman again. It's very nice, very nice, very nice. We like it. +3 to Hellfire skills and maximum life. That's amazing. Because the maximum life just gives us even more kavoom. Again, more max life for this build is just absolute king, right? Okay, before we do anything further, chat, before we take a step further in any direction, let's teleport to our goddamn... Hey, chat, remember a location called the Dark Citadel? No? No one? Yeah, exactly. Dark Citadel. Who remembers that? Life on hand. We're gonna take Rahir now. And we're gonna make to Rahir our main merc because Rahir has this one. Rahir grants 15% resistance to all elements. Yep. And then we're gonna make Oriana our reinforcement to still get the bonus attack speed occasionally. Wood. How do I salvage charms? At the enchanter. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's do... How many more keys do I have? Let's do 2 more Endarials and just like cross our fingers that we're hopefully getting a Godslayer crown and better. But again, I kind of like... Let me try something for a hot minute. So I wanted to try out how much does the pulling in still function when I play without the Godslayer crown. Because the hands are technically pulling things in already. I mean, obviously, we're missing 40% bonus damage from the Godslayer crown, but I'd also free up for another aspect. Okay, we wouldn't need the Godslayer crown for the damage. Would work like that. time. Okay. I've got a charm. Well, honestly, in order to use a charm, I would have to get like a +6 charm first, and I haven't gotten that yet. Okay, so Godslayer Crown provides us essentially with 40% bonus damage. Yeah, both have been Shroud. Oh, I have Shroud too. Hmm. So sad. Maximum resource doesn't hurt, but the rest so sad.
Then that's it for that piece.
Yeah, we still have to take down Mephisto. On a Palace of the Deceiver, wrong one. And Daria, Hangman's there. How do you get that much Wrath? It's all in the legs. Lucky hit chance for resource. Say you reroll effects in the cube. Is there a chance to choose one or just RNG? Say you get a ring, the 2/3 attack, you target attack. Here are tuning prisms. So this is what the tuning prisms are there for. In case you want a detailed answer, we have the I just uploaded a guide this morning to YouTube that breaks it kind of down step by step. A note to myself. I'm an idiot. Chad, I'm an idiot. Who knows why I'm an idiot? Everything makes suddenly sense. Oh god, everything makes suddenly sense. I'm a doofus. I'm a bonkers doofus copter. You know, I had the feeling that my damage was lower than it's supposed to be. And it is in fact lower than it's supposed to be. And it has a very easy reason why it is lower than it's supposed to be. Okay. Oh, Clyde, you get a mythic tribute of armormen. What is that? Show me. That is a complete higher chance to earn uniques equivalent with increased. Wow. I mean, sure. If you trust me to run that with you and not ruin your day. Do you want to know what's happened? Like we equipped new boots, right? Chad? And we equipped new pants. But I'm not sure if our new pants ever get the overpower aspect. Because we're missing our overpower aspect. But you know what that means when we're missing our overpower aspect, Chad? We're missing 140% bonus damage. The whole time. And I was wondering because something felt like so odd about my damage output generally per se. Like, at least I know that I'm an idiot now. That's good. I mean, I guess good. Oh, great. That was fantastic. Great damage phase. Great damage phase, chat. Let's do that again one day, okay? So... Thank you for the Betrayer's House. We got 2 more helmets, 2 more Godslayer crowns, chat, but all of them are, this is Fortify, Resource. They're all terrible, really. Jesus. We get a greater affix of this, so that's great because we can turn this into a charm as well. We had a new Anathema of Primes, but it has damage over time multiplier. Fuck. Could have been a good one. I mean, at least something, I guess. We can't complain about everything. I mean, we actually get a lot of... by the way, Endariel drops Anathema of Prime. Chat, if you ever wanted to know who drops the Anathema, Endariel. So, here, what happened is we have this pens, and it needs this aspect, specific aspect. And the aspect is called the aspect of the overpower. The overpower, because it gives us overpower. Okay, and if we don't have this, no good. But it at least explains everything. Explains everything, Chan. Where my damage has been the past minutes. Lore with demonology skills. Got that.
This should be interesting.
Okay, so we're here. Now it gives me resistance. Then we go for Bastion, and Bastion is going to give us damage multiplier. So with Rahir's resistance now, we're at least sitting somewhere closer to 2,000, chat. So we went from 55% to 61%. I like that. If I now could make those goddamn royal diamonds, life would be looking good. But as you notice, I'm not even remotely close. So now we can get the 130% bonus damage from our amulet plus the additive multiplier that overpower anyways provides. But you know what we're going to do with the amulet? We're going to transfigure it now. But we're going to transfigure it with a Cullen prism. What does this do? So if I transmute this right now, okay, my amulet gets another legendary affix. And that could be anything. So I got the duration of any volatility or demon form you gain is increased by 300% if you have the other. It's actually kind of fun, but I don't need it, which is the thing. It doesn't do anything for me, right? It doesn't actually make me more powerful. You gain overpower for each wrath you gain while at maximum wrath. We already have this, but that would kind of free this up, but it would make the aspect worse because it's 47 instead of 15. Becoming crowd control while endure grants unstoppable? Nah. Chance your skills inflict vampiric curse on enemy. It's a nice way to make enemies vulnerable. Don't get me wrong. Gain thorns? Oh, Jesus. I'm really not getting a single good one, right? Casting heals you. I mean, this would allow me to remove the undying aspect, and you could actually play this one. I'm not sure if this one is actually worth it here, because of only lesser demon skills, right? It was utility here, fiendish oppression, your lesser demon skills. Yeah, that wouldn't work, right? So you couldn't really play anything. I mean, you could play another defensive aspect if we do this. Okay, fortifies drain rate is increased by... Nah. Brimstone explosions are larger and deal more damage. I don't have brimstones. So much stuff. Crocodile enemy grants 0 resolve. Great. If you eviscerated enemy, no. Every 6 seconds, gain 1 second of overpower. Gaining overpower spawns a volatile blood orb. Collecting it causes it to explode physical damage around you. You know what? I don't need this. But let's keep it for now. What do we want to do? We got more damage. We still... you wanted to run that one, Clyde. First stock Clyde Chan. Paladin, I see. And you get a good Godslayer crown. Definitely a better one than mine. But it's not really hard to do that, right? Thing temerity. Two-handed weapon with Arbiter Wing Strike. It's still Wing Strike. Does still work? Arbiter still works. So now that we have everything back how it should be with the overpower, finally. Let's see how that feels. Do you have a build guide for this build? No, not yet, sir. Now, we're still summoning the wall, but I still dislike the wall. Yeah, there's my damage again. There's my damage again, Chad. There's my damage again. I have missed you. They're the 3 billion, the 10 billion hits. That's the actual scaling. But we still die to elemental stuff. Okay, so the things are back the way they should be back. That should also make boss fights easier. So that's good. Okay, we need diamonds now. So what I want to do is I want to get all my sigils. So diamond reserve. Chat, we got it. Chat, we got it. It's Joe Ever for the enemy. We got the diamond reserve. If this does not let me craft afterwards, we're throwing hands, okay? You and me, both, chat, everyone. We're all throwing hands. You understand? By the way, if you see a chest with diamond reserve in it, just yell. Because I will miss the chest. Now, the biggest issue with diamond reserve is you now have to look out for these Horadric chests that are everywhere. There's one. See, I would have just walked past it. Okay? Just so you understand, I would have just walked past it. You're saying your brain doesn't notice these. Yeah, it doesn't. I'm sorry. A burning butcher? Where from? Why from? How from? Oh, you're so dead. That wasn't even funny. Poor guy. He got absolutely destroyed. Oh, Heraldry chest. There you go. Diamond reserve. 6,000 fragments, Chan. 6K in the bank. Give me more. There's definitely here more. I just don't see them. Right? I wish they would. There's one, huh? I wish they would just be differently highlighted. You know? There's another one. 7K. Let's go. So I'm happy that you're saying you also don't notice them, Chad. That makes me relieved that I am not completely enabled to exist in life. There's one more. There we go. A 9K, ladies and gentlemen. Does this just get more per chest? We had 6, we had 7, we had 9. Oh, the good part about this build is I don't require movement speed. I don't think I have movement speed on anything. Because why would I? I mean, if this is my movement. Oh, nice, too. Damn. I had to buy a bag of you. This is the trap, Chan. The tarp. Another 9K. Lucky, I'm good. Thank you for asking. I hope you're doing great too. Happy Friday to everyone. What happened to all your mats? Well, the game's different now. They should mark the chests on the map. You know what? That would be so good. Such a nice quality of life marking these chests on the map. Hello, darkness, my old friend. So coming to the conclusion, guys, the armor did not help. Okay. We're hoping that the armor would like actually, the wall would be useful, but it wasn't. So we can, I mean, so far the only useful one was Tortured Wretch. You could technically, since you're playing the Brimstone thingy, right? You could technically, since you're playing the Brimstone thingy, also you have Profane Sentinel and Infernal Breath, which both give you a bonus, right? Because Infernal Breath summons a demonic hat for 10 seconds that orbits you and spews flame. So on top of the actual thing that you're doing, there's another thing that can be done. Right? So, but honestly, the Wretch has felt the best. Maybe I should just go for the Wretch with the Eviscerate, but Eviscerate doesn't do anything. See, I like the punching back because it kind of no longer taunts, but lasts 12 seconds, and you redirect all damage to it so long as you stay in the area, right? So if I stay close to it, it just absorbs 30% of my maximum life, and I have a lot of maximum life, right? It's the whole point. I have like 30,000 maximum life, and if I start casting, I go up to 60k partially. Lick, how can you solve Bloodlands only hitting low billions versus single targets? That's the curse of Bloodlands. Bloodlands is great against masses of enemies and terrible against few enemies. What can you do? Nothing. It's just what it is. Okay, so we're sitting here at, where was it, chat? So we're sitting at 61.4%. If I, now we're going up to 63%. So I could at least go up to 65%. I mean, that's something. Our resistances are still not the most amazing ones, but we're moving somewhere. Repair your gear, sir. This is scratched, not broken, just as an FYI. In case you did not know that. Okay, how many more Endarials do we want to do? We wanted to go Torment 10 now because we're doing the proper damage, and I should be able to actually send that Torment 10 Endarial packing. Now that we do the proper damage again. There's no Ancestrals to be found anymore. Dude, it's terrible. I mean, first you gotta get used to that 850 items are actually good. Then you gotta get used to that 900 item power without a greater affix are also good. And then after you get used to these two things, then you gotta accept that greater affixed items will barely drop. So you just gotta actually play 900 item power items that don't have a greater affix. Oh, I forgot to change my Wretch back in. This is the damage we're looking for. Torment 9 should be like more convenient to fight against. I again can't use my breath. I'm not sure what it is that prevents me from using my breath. You know, is it that I have casted so much that he doesn't want to use his breath anymore? Permanent at 11 and 12 have tons of Ancestral drops. Not really much more, sir. I spent my time on Torment 12 with my other build, and it's not like magically you're going to get all of the drops. Okay, we're getting the new overpower stacks. My damage as of late feels somewhat inconsistent. Let's destroy the anguish thingies. So I don't necessarily see the firewall. I can't believe how ridiculous this is. Only Torment 10. Nah, you just need to do 10 billion damage or so. I mean, right now the build here does 5 to 20 billion, but it needs to ramp. Okay. But it needs to ramp. Putting these back. What do I find a seal with 6 charm slots? A random. The problem is that even if you find a seal with 6 charm slots, it's not that as efficient as some other stuff. So, to be fair, they're fine to play early, but it's mostly a trade-off because I could equip a seal with six with 1 charm slot. But it would also mean that I lose +3 to my skills. +3 to my skills is 30% damage reduction, pretty much. So I would essentially do less damage just for getting a seal or a charm slot that then could give me 30% damage back partially. That's like, so what? Why would I even bother? Right? More reasonable. Oh, come on. I was totally jumping over the fire. I was actually greedy. I was not jumping over the fire. You know, to be precise, I was jumping over the fire, but I was also greedy not jumping over the fire. I take more damage in demon form, right? Unless I hit a boss or kill enemies. Because that's how it works, by the way. This is how, like, my set works. So my set says every second you take more damage in demon form. The demon form pretty makes you more vulnerable. However, if you hit a boss, those stacks are being turned into damage, which is really cool. Okay, on ancestral. I don't even want an ancestor one at this point anymore. Here, this has resistance to all elements, Chad. Thank you. Better than my other Godslayer crown. And at this point, I'll just take whatever. That's not the one I have right now. With thorns. You know, whiffy bit more tanky. Just having an offensive items, crit. But that's because I have a lot of crit multipliers. I mean, optimally, I would have more crit chance because my crit chance is actually awful. Like, I think my crit chance is currently sitting at 37%, which is not a lot. And I would have to, like, I have critical strike damage here, and I still have to temper this actually to be the max. I have lucky hit for resource, lucky hit for resource, and lucky hit for resource, even though I want to do that in crit. But my amulet has also crit multiplier, and my gloves have crit multiplier, which is insane. That actually brought up my crit to 1,683, which is quite something, I reckon. Okay, another Godslayer crown. Okay, so we're gonna take this one. Which build is this? This is Tyrants Grasp.
Taken apart. You know where to find me.
We get 5 Betrayer's Husk. I could technically... Okay, so before we do this, chat, let's try 1 Andariel from the Deceiver, okay? 1. Baxter, you have the boss loot table here from Maxroll. I recommend this one. That's the #1 thing I would tell you to do. So this is the boss loot table from Maxroll. It's currently updated. This kind of shows where what drops. So that's the best source for that, to be honest. Plus, are we playing a Demon Warlock? Demon Warlock. Demon. Demon. Get handed. Get handed. Get handed. Is she a loot filter? I have no specific loot filter. Mine is like very, very bare bone. Okay, and Dario. I'm gonna get me a lot of ancestrals, but the one thing that we want to have as ancestral, we're not getting as ancestral, right? Like, yeah, sure. Like, I got a lot of cool stuff, but the actual thing that we would like to get as ancestral does not exist as ancestral, as it seems. But I also do need this ring. Again. Optimally in higher. Let's try to get that. Is a glass cannon build? There's not a glass cannon build, sir. This build can't actually be glass cannon because you need to drain your life to refill your life, to drain your life to refill your life. It's kind of like what the build does the whole time. So you can't actually be glass cannon with this because it won't work. Astaroth. Ring. $102%. Not better, right? I mean, at least it has attack speed. It has 6% less damage, but it has, you know, vulnerable damage. It has attack speed. It's terrible, though. Kind of need this in better. So I need to go more. We got the Crown of Lucian. I wonder if you could play the Crown of Lucian with this, because so far higher resource costs have not worked for or against the thingy. So technically, if I cast now, the resource cost should not change. Yeah. This one does change, but this one doesn't. Why is that? Reasons. It's because resource cost reductions don't work on the skill, but that means resource cost improvements shouldn't work on the skill as well, but that means that hiring of it should actually work, right? Can you chaotic reroll uniques? I haven't like really. Can you reroll on them? No, you can only reroll the unique power, right? Yeah, you can. So I could technically try out a Crown of Lucian. For the shits and giggles.
Wise to seek an Ascari where stones are concerned. Bring your challenge.
Let's see. Somewhat more tanky. Is Shroud still worth to use? No, Shroud doesn't do anything anymore. Okay, the problem is the cost of my jump also get increased. Even though it shouldn't have gotten increased. So it would technically work, but it wouldn't work. What's your main build you're using now, Vladdy? No, my main build was the Abyss Warlock. But in all day playing today, I haven't gotten a single improvement for my Abyss Warlock. Okay. I've been trying, but I haven't been getting anything that helps my Abyss Warlock in any way. It's not like that we haven't been trying. I have been trying. Not a single thing. Right?
Thousands of gems in a handful of dust.
Was the spell the attack? This is the fumbling hands of fumbling. The fumbler. How long is this up still? 30 minutes. Yeah, it's enough to play with chat. So we have really tried a lot to get a lot stronger today, but in our... How many hours have we played, chat? In our 4 hours so far, the improvements have been minuscule. We should do a Nightmare Dungeon escalation. Yeah, that's the plan. That's the conclusion, chat. You know what the conclusion is? We should do a Nightmare Dungeon escalation. So what is the main damage skill? The main damage skill is Tyrants' Grasp. We have a ring that makes Tyrants' Grasp go out in every direction, which is fire. Because you kind of covered the whole screen. Then we turn this skill into a core skill, so we can spam it just like this. Because it costs Wrath instead of costing other shenanigans. On top, we also make it restore resource over lucky hit, which allows us to pretty much infinitely go, as you can see here. Pretty useful. And then every 12 seconds, we have to summon a greater demon for dominance to do more damage. Is this build going to be weak until you have the required items? Well, you are not going to start playing the build unless you have the Anathema of Crimes. And you also don't want to start the build unless you have the ring that I'm using here right now. So these are two things that are, yes, required to make the build work, because they're kind of like the cornerstones of this build. I need a better trigger for my Prid rune, guys. I'm taking suggestions. Currently, I'm using Neo, which says when I'm not losing life, I can actually use the Prid. But that doesn't always work because I might just lose life. right? So that's our recommendation there. What build we're using with the grandfather? That was the Bleak Black Demon build, the BBD. Where you jump around and Bleak Black Demon your enemies. Pock? Pock doesn't seem to trigger enough. Problem is that Pock needs to deplete your resource so often to actually be useful. And yet, despite spamming, it wouldn't actually be fast. There are very few builds for which Pock is actually, like, working. Most of the time, it's just, like, functional. Oh, hello there. What are you doing? We're currently doing Torment 10, very comfortable. I mean, considering that we put the build together with what we had in our stash, and we pretty much were using charms this morning that it didn't even have +2 skills, I guess I'm very fine with our results. I've been certainly improving nicely. Nagu, Prit, Buxy. Nagu doesn't trigger often enough. So that wouldn't be good. Hasn't stopped being fun, Chan. Hasn't stopped. Looks so cool. I think so too. Thank you for the videos. They're very useful. Appreciate it. Happy you're not liking them. I mean, don't worry, chat. We will have a full video breakdown guide for this, but I definitely will want to completely revamp the Paragon boards. This is why I usually don't bring out the guides in a rush, because if I now would make the guide, you would have inferior Paragon boards. I also still need to gauge the whole Tortured Wretch situation if we want to keep up with it. I need to revise my defensive structure, general Paragon pathing, so I can juice out more points. Because I changed some of my glyphs, and due to changing the glyphs, I need to make sure that I'm passing optimally through boards to get like the most out of every board. Because I want you to, again, have the most optimized version of this and not struggle. I mean, the last thing I want you is to like do the build and then be just like, oh no, this is actually terrible. I can't get it to work. So yeah, we don't want to have that happening, right? I mean, there's also technically a way to how to make resource better than we're doing. I just don't like that way. So what do I mean? You can, I'm at 800 cinder. Why am I at 800 cinder? So you can make resource also by summoning over and over again, the little goblins. That kind of sucks. I'm struggling to get the Undying Aspect. Yeah, Undying Aspect, if you don't have that mayorly sucks. Like, mayorly. Big, fat, super sucky, suck. Unique pants, you say, that I don't need? How you... Okay, let's go up. If you hit me, I'm gonna cry. Don't sleep on Summoner Barb for an upcoming build. I'm having lots of fun with it early. So I'm not sleeping on anything apart from with your mom. But we will definitely check out Summoner Barb because that was the only Barb that I have been enjoying so far. And would definitely have to revisit that concept. I'm totally with you. First thing I want to do, though, is Army of the Dead. Army of the Dead Necro is deep in my heart. My most favorite, cherished, loved build. So, yeah, I just need to do that. There's no world where I'm not going to do this. Okay, wait. Am I just going past, like, all these spiral structures? Jesus, Chan. How could I resist, ladies and gentlemen? How could I resist? Okay, we finally made it to 200 Paragon points, by the way, Chad. That has way too long in the making, honestly. I mean, seriously, like, I feel the Paragon grind, like, technically it should have been faster, right? But even if you're in Torment 12, it's just not as fast as you would want it to be. Because they took, like, so much XP out of activities, right? Out of certain activities. Every ability was handpicked for this build. Dude, I see what you did there, and I appreciate it. So right now, we're playing the Command Fallen, okay, chat? Command Fallen. The thing is that the Command Fallen works passively. I don't have to ever click the button. We could do something different, though. What is that something different? You could turn Command Fallen into an Abyss skill, and then you click it 3 times to summon 3 Abyss Goblins that run around, hit to create a resource. Now, I hate that. I personally hate that. But it is a very efficient way of doing this. But I really hate it. And I think it's awful. And I think it stinks. But you could do it. That's just the act. So right now the deal is I need to summon my wretch every 10 seconds. And whenever I'm in danger of dying. Then I need to upkeep my Blazing Scream because that's just good damage too. Then I need to also make sure that my Sigil of Chaos is up, right? Meanwhile, I just hold down the right mouse button. So there are like 3 things I already pay attention to. And now you're going to tell me, Pony, you should also take care of that Command Fallen and pay attention to that too. And I'm like, but what if I don't want to do that, right? What if this is not what I like doing? This is when I enjoy, like, keeping that one up as well. What then? Get fucked, nerd? Oh, what are we looking at here? Apocalypse Warlock. I thought about turning this into an Apocalypse version as well, with the hammer that gives you all 3 aspects. Oh, where's the stupid chest, guys? Who knows where the chest can be in this Helltide? Because I know each of these Helltides does have an orange chest because they do actually count individual, right? But since we don't have the whole map revealed, I don't know where it can be. Do I have to pull helltides.com? Chat? Do I have to pull helltides.com here? Remember helltides.com showing you things, you know? Back in the days. But I don't think they actually have the new map on this, right? Helltides.com. Back in the days, ladies and gentlemen. Back in the days. Very useful tool. So I didn't make a build around Apocalypse because I found Apocalypse personally boring to use. I tried it this morning and I just didn't like it. I wanted to I wanted to make a Hell Fracture build, only to notice that Hell Fracture is terrible. Yeah, I'm really sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I would have loved to make you a Hell Fracture build. Absolutely love to. But Hell Fracture is actually borderline stupid. The problem with Hell Fracture is that it's a random cast when you triple cast it. So instead of like stack casting in front of you, which would have been amazing, it just random casts around you in a circle, which means you're literally going to just put Hell Fractures somewhere where it's completely useless and therefore be left with like minus damage essentially. You're losing damage using that item. Terrible. Not even like 2% good, just 5% sadness. Ancestral rings, you say? Almost died there. Okay, we get that whisper chat. Let's get out of here. And now let's get something to drink. But at first I gotta kill the Hell Maiden, right? Hell Maiden, then drink, then we go further. If I hear another hand joke, I'll like it. Okay, chat, listen. I've had enough of your hand jokes. If I hear another one, I'll like it.
It is done.
Collection of Greater Mysteries. You know what? Truly, the Collection of Greater Mysteries is a mystery to me because sometimes it's absolutely amazing and sometimes it's like really, really, really sad. I guess that's the intention behind it, right? To either be borderline godlike or just be so sad, not even fun anymore. Tips on getting Enhanced Primordial Dust. Is Enhanced Primordial Dust the one for re-rolling your charms? Oh, which one is it? Bro, we just died together. Warlock and I, together, we looked, and we died. Like professionals, chat. Absolute professional. And the paladin behind us was just like, this is good. You know, this is good. Come on, bro. Put the heart in. Put the heart in. Yeah, put one more heart in. Put a heart in. Put a heart in. Do it. Do it. Do it. I don't have another one. I had another one. I lied, chat. Listen, I lied. So what I wanted to know is if the hands counts as summons, because if the hand count as summons, then Nagu would be great. The problem is the hands are like greater demons, right? But it doesn't say summons there, so I wonder if they actually count. I think there's 2 Apocalypse Warlocks here, and they just killed her with the Apocalypse. Dawn, thank you for your 3,000 currency. And I don't know which currency that is. Appreciate you sending that our way. Can we do another one? Yeah, come on. Like more. Look, chat. Look. Can you see anything? No, I don't think you can. But you know what? That is fine. Can you even see? No, you can't see shit. Well, that's great. Because there's people going just... What is this? So this is the build that they're playing where you have Infernal Chains rotate around you. Thing is that your Infernal Chains actually don't do any damage. The only thing that does damage is the Apocalypse. So you pretty much have them just stack up their Apocalypse stacks and then just nuke out the Apocalypse stacks and nuke out the Apocalypse stacks and then nuke out the Apocalypse stacks and then nuke out the Apocalypse stacks. So just for you to understand what you see there. Right? Not that you wonder, this is not a bug, this is intended game design. Would you recommend this build before 70? I can't do that before 70. So no, absolutely not. I would currently, if I was leveling, I would probably level either with Abyss, with an Abyss Dreadclaw mix. So Rampage Abyss Dreadclaw mix. Or just the full Bombardment Rampage build that I played. Both should be working plenty well. Okay. Don from Tokyo with love. That was 3,000 Japanese yen. There we go, chat. I need to work on my currency detection because it's horrible. I'm currency blind. Okay, so if I understood this correct, you can go for amalgamation. Was it amalgamation? And then we can slam in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And make a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Diamond reserve. Fuck yeah, let's go. Good. So just in case you never knew how that works. If I just bamboozled you, then I appreciate you saying so. To stroke my ego. Thank you very much. I'll take it. The crazy part is we still have like 40% damage reduction here, right? And we have the heal and everything, and it's still awful. I wonder if I should replace intercom through something else, chat. I mean, first, let's think about what other rune could we take for Prid. We should, you know what? Which one will be perfect for Prid? What did Igni do again? No, not Igni. I need... Was it Igni? I forgot what Igni did. Don't blame me, chat. I'm an old man. I think I need an Igni, if I'm not mistaken. Igni was... yeah, store offering every seconds. Cast non-basic skills to get offering. So technically an Igni. I need 5 legendary runes of anything, 5 rare runes, and then a tab. Right? So I don't need Yoms. I don't need Yas. I don't need Nox. And a tab. I can make an Igni. It should allow my Dark Prison to be up more often. So what did I want it to do now? Chat, someone jog my memory. What did we want to do? Oh, Ancestral Rings, geez. Life, willpower. Ah, escalation. Thank you very much. But drink. Okay, drink, chat. Everyone, this is your official shout out for a drink. Get one before we continue. Okay, we get everything going. We're cool. We're good. We're fun. I'll be right back. Get a drink. You just grabbed your tea before you sat down. Coffee grinder. Something doesn't add up here, my friend. Okay, let's do the Diamond Reserve. Open the 2 caches from right here that have absolutely nothing in there. Destroy that. Store these away. And then let's rock and roll. Yep. So where's my... There it is. So what is a Nightmare Dungeon escalation for the people that completely missed it? It's Nightmare Dungeon into Nightmare Dungeon into Nightmare Dungeon with escalating growing rewards. At the end, you're facing Astaroth. Now, Astaroth is the only boss who drops the Tyranny's Grasp hand unique. And preferable, I would need that unique in 120%. Because, well, more percent is better. It adds 5 bonus hands, and each hand does 120% more damage. So I guess having that in max roll is a must. But also having that with good stats is a must. I mean, preferable critical strike chance. And that's probably the only thing I find now rather bothersome about the season, right? If I now really want to improve my character, how do I improve my character? Well, I would improve my character by gathering all the rings I could and then later smashing the rings I could with the unique thingy together to get the most out of. It's definitely one part of the gameplay loop, like really to now get the absolute end tier uniques, right? Because you optimally you need them in Ancestral to then properly smash them together, right? By the way, not forget about the Diamond Reserve, as we have already done, right? On the Keymaster. Huh? Jump back? Back! Jump forward! Jump back! Oh, here, look at that. Boom. Another 17,000. So I really have to get, like, I really would have to backtrack now to find, like, all the chests that I missed out on, because we all know that I missed some chests, right? Here, this chest I almost missed out on. That's another... I have to hardcore backtrack. Spirit Collar Flames. Let me show you who the real dude with the flames is, sir. 3 billion, 3 billion, 3, 4, 4, 4, 5, 5, 5, billion, 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 more billion. Do. First one done, right? And that was only one now of the road of many. So now we're going to go in the next, and it has Forgotten Wisdom, which is actually killer. Damn. I might try this build for my endgame swap instead of sticking to Draclaws. Draclaws is fun. I would never tell you, like, Draclaws is terrible. You can't play that. I think Draclaws is a good build. However, I tried a Draclaws Rampage Abyss mix version, and it wasn't now terrible. But also, it was kind of not vibing that hard. So I'm not sure if this build is just because it's visually vibing more. But I just enjoy this on a scale of 1 to 10 vastly more. Maybe it's because you're just making Fiery Arms of Doom and that's like super fucking funny. I couldn't really tell you what it is. I just know what I'm enjoying, and seems like I enjoy hitting people with hands in video games. And that brings me everything I could be asking for. Is there a list of all possible masterworks, one-handed mace affixes? I got weapon damage. I don't know if I should reroll it. Masterwork. I'm not sure what you're asking directly, because you can only masterwork what's on your weapon. Maybe you're just confusing me. this build work as a starter? No. Can't do this build as a starter because you're... you need a ring. If we're doing this build as a starter, you would probably have to do Blazing Scream build. You missed a chest? Yeah, but it was only the emerald chest, so I'm fine. So thank you for reminding me, but that is only the emerald chest, not the diamond one. There, he just respawned, chat. My favorite part about this. Oh, my seals are full. That hasn't happened in a long, long while. That my seal slots got full. Fuck yeah. Why is that so good? Well, if my seal slots get full, I can disenchant thingies to make new thingies. And maybe finally get better thingies. So terrible. 3-2 core skills. Full drop demonology. That's some lore, but I have them lore demonology again, but it's impairment reduction. Terrible. That's 3 abyss skills, so you'd stay. Terrible. Your mom. Actually. Terrible. I mean, I have to keep them and sell them for money. Right? As much as I just want to kick them out, I gotta sell them for money. Because they're 13 million each, Chad. You heard Ryan. The ring is from where we are right now. This is a nightmare dungeon escalation. This is where the ring is coming from. Okay. And we're getting in the Vile Splendor dungeon now, ladies and gentlemen. Vile Splendor is where the big money is from, huh? See, they're now golden. And when we slay them, look at the money they're pooping out. Everything that's golden needs to die. Everything else can stay alive, but what's golden needs to die. Do we want to stay for the chest? Not when the chest has something that makes you like unable to attack, because that is so annoying. Ah, there. More golden stuff. Hello, it is I, Mr. Ponyhoff. Give me the money. See, we required the money. I put my money away. We're back to 137 million. And guess where all my money went, Chad? We reskilled one skill tree. Yeah, we reskill one skill tree. Because why wouldn't we reskill a skill tree? You know, these beautiful skill trees that you have. Mr. Sab, I'm happy you enjoyed the Gun Doctor. I'm also happy to be doing other things than that, but it was a fun time, regardless. Wrong direction, great. Love when that happens. There's like, I like the layouts of Nahantu dungeons partially because you can just go through. I hate the layout of Nahantu dungeons partially because if you once just take the wrong step, right? It's just going to be terrible. Oh, the idol drops on evade, but we're not evading. We're just doing this. Right? Why will we ever evade? We can just do this. What is this skill tree unspecking cost? Yeah, don't ask me. Like 50 million per node. And it, like, you might not even look at it, right? So you might just not pay attention that it actually costs money, because why would that cost money? And then you just respec a node and suddenly notice that all your money is gone. You're just gonna ask yourself, what's life? You're gonna be very confused about everything. Rightfully though, right? I totally want to kill this thingy because it gives me money. So whoever made the skill tree unspec cost money, right, was definitely a developer that played with unlimited money. I mean, I'm just beyond pretending it's different, ladies and gentlemen. There are just the devs out there that play with infinite money, and that's it. Well, you can tell me you're not doing it, but I just choose to not believe you. I am sorry. Could she just please come back? Jesus. Because there's otherwise, like, no explanation for some of these discrepancies, right? I am sorry. We know you're playing with unlimited money. Don't pretend different. We don't believe you anyways. Right? Did I just get another Nightmare Dungeon escalation? I think I did. Okay, where's the end of this God's damn dungeon, ladies and gentlemen? Wait, I just went in a circle? How did I go in a circle? Wait, no, don't tell me it's here. No, it can't be in the middle. Wait, what the fuck? Where is it? Where's the... Where's the end? It can't be up here. It can be up here. I hate life right now. Oh, very much hate. So much hatred in my belly, ladies and gentlemen. Unleash at the poor son. Dude, that was killer drops though from him. Like, I mean, seriously, what the fuck? This whole run here is showering me in loot right now. Damn. Damn. Oh, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, we missed the raid from Ace of Spades. Thank you very much, Goblin Inc. Sending your lats over. My apologies. It's very inconsiderate of me. Rat generation. No, we don't need that. Nothing I'd like to keep. I'll bend. Is that spot? I do it all the time. Yeah. I mean, at least we're stupid together, right? What's causing you to jump forever? Very simple. It is the Rampage, and Rampage costs 45 Wrath, and I have quite some Wrath generation, so as long as I have Wrath, I can Rampage around. And the Rampage doesn't have a cooldown, so I can Rampage around. It's kind of useful. Okay, Mr. Astaroth, how are you feeling about getting handsy with me? Don't like that? Well, you don't have a choice. Okay, sir, not cool. You just jumped out of my range. No, like, we just had this whole animation because he was just not jumping down from his doggy, Chad. Oh goodness, Estor's might actually be... Damn. Damn, is he tanky on Torment 10. Jesus. Okay, I'll admit I did not expect that level of tankiness from him. Holy moly. Golly my golly here. I'm like, seriously. Well, at least we can damage both at the same time, I guess. You know, I'll take it. But Jesus Christ, is he sturdy. Yeah, his dog is dead right away. I mean, he's also just getting stunned periodically, so that's nice. But damn, are you tanky, brother? Honestly, without my wretch, I would be having like some issues here. So very happy we actually get the wretch going on. This was like a big improvement to the build overall. Instant stunned. And then handled. Woohoo! This is the longest I've ever fought this boss, chat. I've never fought this boss this long before. I mean, he has more HP than Belial right now. Because Belial would have been like dead at this point already. Multiple times. Did I get Super Astaroth? Wait a second, hold on. There might be a world where we get Super Astaroth because some of these can turn him into a super version of himself. If you remember. Did we just have that? I mean, insane drops though. Okay, we get the ring 2 times. So this is a 102%, ladies and gentlemen, and this is a 120% with attack speed, fire damage, and lucky hit chance. I mean, definitely better than what I have because I have Fizz Riz, all damage, life on kill, and willpower. So actually, right away, straight up improvement. Good, golly my golly. Oh, another grandfather? That's my 3rd grandfather now. I thought 1 is enough. I'll need more grandfathers. I guess it is what it is, right? We'll just get more. Oh, the lucky hit chance of the hand is low, 17%. Here. Terrible. 18.
Back to it then. That is a scary craftsmanship.
11% attack speed. You know what? I'll take that. But now instead of tempering resource cost on it, we're gonna temper critical strike on it. Until it's max rolled. It's gonna take forever to have that max rolled, right? Goodness Christ. I like that you can just replenish like one temper attempt just so it takes even longer, right? Can you hit spacebar here to speed this up? No, you can't hit spacebar here to speed this up. Woo! Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting there. One step at a time. One day we will be there. Maybe never. Actually, I'm a doofus because, you know, this is fine. You can re-add 5 timbers. No, you can't. This is a non-ancestral items, John. It also makes me the doofus here. Okay, so what are we sitting at? Our defense is now up finally to 72%. Physical's up to 77. Finally, I like it. Our resistances are up to 66.4. We're still missing a diamond 1, but maybe we get enough diamonds to make another royal. Okay, we get enough diamonds to make another royal, ladies and gentlemen. Finery. Papa claps in the chats. Which brings us up to a grand total of 67%. Still not where we would like to be, but I guess I can't get higher. This is the max we'll see there. I mean, we did clear 90 already, so let's see how 100 now feels with these enemies. Now that we at least have some resistances and we don't instantly die, right? Could we actually like slowly crawl through the dungeon and just grow the dudes that we're pulling with us? Chan? Could I do that? For 90 it's enough. For 100 we're not there yet. Do the billions of damage. I mean, we would get to the boss, right? That's not the point. I would clear this, but it doesn't feel overwhelming enough, right? Only because you're able to do it doesn't make it feel good. Yet. But I'm happy so far. That's 10 billion. That's the highest we've done to this point. Also, compared to our early times, I guess our resistances are up, ladies and gentlemen, right? I mean, usually we would have died against these dudes here. ASAP, they would have just eaten us. Improvements happen, main. I forgot the stone, by the way. I'm sorry. Did we see an 18.9 billion? We did, right, Buff? This does not look fun at all, sir. Higher pit tiers are never fun. Higher pit tiers are only for people who hate themselves and want to just really bash their head against a wall. The whole idea behind pit Torment 12 is actually very counterproductive to what the casual player will enjoy. Is the higher in Torment tiers you go, the higher in pit you go, the more sturdy everything gets, the less exciting it gets to nuke things, unless your build is obviously completely overtuned and does trillions of damage. Then that's that. I would reckon that most casual players are gonna cap out around Torment 10 because Torment 10 is still where the game is reasonable. And after Torment 10, it quite like doubles and doubles in terms of HP and everything. When I've had this discussion now with a couple of creators, and I think the consensus is so far that Torment 10 is very well balanced. And I think like any one of you who's also around that line can probably give me some feedback here what you think. But the game feels very balanced around Torment 10. Like enemies feel like the HP is okay, the defense, the output, everything. And then once you get past that point, it goes like into the silly territory. Where it just starts feeling bad and the requirements are just whack. And it just minimizes the amount of builds again that you can play. If you then want to get further, right? Zooming around in tier 9, exactly. Tier 9 feels also very good. Everything is super reasonable. I mean, technically also, I think after Torment 9, there's like no more... the further Torment tiers don't give you anything, right? Or did Torment 10 give something? We would have to look back. But I think after Torment 9, the gating, like, right? Torment 9 gates another increase in whatsoever. Higher drop rates for blah, blah, blah. Obviously, well, so Torment 10 is obviously the kind of jump you want to make for killing Mephisto. True. And Crib plays Torment 12 and compares how hard it is. Well, Crib is one of these players that is very skilled and would like to always do the hardest difficulty. Because why would you ever do a lower difficulty? You know? I strongly believe we'll have the community centered around Torment 10 end of the day. Okay, we're sitting at what, like a 7-minute clear. I mean, this is obviously not good for pit 100, but it's just nice to see still. I guess if we had the stone without us, it would be a bit faster, ladies and gentlemen. Tier 10 is for Mythic Seals. Thank you. So tier 10 is where you want to go, and then after tier 10, you don't have to go deeper anymore. Unless you really want to. I've beaten Mephisto. I have been there with my Abyss build, and my Abyss build has so many defenses. I mean, my Abyss build does 100 billion damage, right, per hit. It's amazing. It's super strong. But the defense is like here. So I pretty much just need more Paragon points now for the Abyss build. Then we can go defeat Mephisto. Or I just make myself the Apocalypse build. Because again, Mephisto is also like one of these challenges currently where you could either learn how the boss works, right? I mean, you have the choice, ladies and gentlemen. You either learn how the boss works, or you play something completely overtuned to just destroy him so quick that you don't. You know? Choose your poison. What would you like to do? I'll win this one eventually. And there's just so many billion hits coming like that. I'm trying to again summon my... Thank you. I only had to spam cast it, chat, and then we could make it work. I mean, I guess at least he can't kill me, right? So this is just a matter of time because I will win. If you cannot kill me, then I will eventually kill you down the line. So this looks like an interesting build. We should have the guide up by tomorrow, so don't worry about that. But before I put the guide up, I have a lot of more experimentation to do, because obviously I need to check some avenues on more damage. I need to move some more aspects around, that kind of stuff. We need to see if we want to change our basic skill over, because right now you can see in this fight that I am able to kind of keep my 4 stacks of overpower up, for example, but it's not always, and the 4 stacks of overpower are needed for the most damage multiplier. So I still have to, like, I might have to go and do the basic skill thingy that I don't want to do. But if I do the basic skill thingy that I don't want to do, I could then temper some other things on it to increase my damage even further. So that could be nice on the one hand. Possibly. Might also swap a Paragon board over and then not use the Wretch anymore. But I enjoy using the Wretch, so that's that. I do have to use it every 12 seconds, though, because if I don't use it every 12 seconds, then we're not getting the maximum that we could get from our Paragon board. Okay, we cleared a pit 100, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, we are about to clear pit 100. Ever tried out the Crazed Lunatic build? Is it with the helmet? Because I haven't seen a Lunatic build yet with the helmet, but I really would like to try out the helmet and give it a proper go and figure out if it actually works. Because I like the idea of it, even though it seems like super silly. So I haven't bothered tinkering around with it, but there's probably someone who did. And I'd love to see it, what he came up with. Right, this is one of these builds that I don't necessarily need to do myself. I just want to see it. You know, I just want to see someone do it. Okay, so pit 100 down, ladies and gentlemen. That's fallen. We could go into Torment 12, but that's the thing right now, correct? So you can clear pit 100. I could technically go into Torment 12, and it would be the most horrible thing I could ever do. Like, words cannot explain how horrible it would be now to go into pit 100. Absolutely. Because your damage is just not enough to do it, right? Simple as cake. But just as a comparison now, so this was like a Torment 12, as I said, and pit 80, so 80 would be a Torment 10. Just to show you like the span of difference now. Or would Torment 12 be worth it? Torment 12 is not worth it. I mean, Torment 10 is worth it. So this is like how pit 80 feels in comparison. 20 pit tiers. Right, this is where the fun actually is. This is where you're not hating the game and you're just having fun. Well, Torment 12 gives you the most XP, right? So if you are doing trillions of damage, if you reach that point, then obviously you want to do Torment 12. And if you have the defense to survive whatever is going on there. But again, on like from a loot perspective, the last thingy, like mythic charms start dropping from Torment 10 on. So you want to reach Torment 10. This is what you require to pretty much have a chance for mythical charms. And then everything after that is pretty much bonus, ego, just wanting to do it for the do, right? Whatever you feel like. Problem is, obviously, at some point you will have reached the point where your upgrades are not working anymore, right? Where like your glyphs can't be upgraded because you have reached the limit what you can do pretty much with the pit. Then this was like the whole thingy, like 2 minutes done, easy peasy lemon squeezy. Pit 10. Now, obviously, you'll have here like a 70% chance to upgrade, which is then feels awful because you might fail. Last 2 season journey have a bunch of tasks. Reason, yes. I mean, it's a reason. So, you know, like if you want to do this here, right, as you say. That's tier 11, that's tier 11, that's tier 11, that's tier 11, that's tier 11. So there's actually no tier 12 activity. There is a tier 12 for a resplendent cache. So Echo of Mephisto in tier 12. But for that, you really need something completely overtuned. That's true. Actually here too, right, for the Deceiver. So for that, you definitely need probably the Apocalypse build, I'd say. Yeah. Is this build? This is a Dreadclaw build. This is a Tyrant's Grasp build, not Dreadclaw. Okay, damage over time multiplier. Not that, not that. We're good.
Taken apart.
Mm-hmm. Okay, becoming crowd control. No, still not. Every 2 seconds, pull in distant enemies. Not bad. I'm still like, has anyone of you summoning a greater demon knocks down enemy around it for 5 seconds? Your lesser demon skills. I mean, it would be cool to have it on amulet, but not on this one, right? Brimstone. We already went through that one, and the thorns. We already had that one too. Wow. I'm being robbed, Chan. You have increased crowd control duration. While enemies are unstoppable, you do increase damage to them. I guess. How can you go to the Torment difficulty? You need to clear this one here. The Hellish Descent. And then you need to go to Pit and Pit 10. That's it. Done. Destroy, 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 destroy. Hold skilled, hold resistance, hold drop rate, bonus XP. Rite of the Nameless with a charm slot. Shadow of Harash with a charm slot. Not bad. I mean, still not what I'm looking for me, but not bad. Okay, let's see. What I might say. So we got +2 demonology, +3 demonology. We got none. We got +3 demonology and 2 hellfire. It's actually still really sad how few we have gotten. Okay, let's try to get one more. Okay, this is hellfire, hellfire, hellfire. Hellfire is Phoba. We have Fur, Beru, Phoba's demonology. We're gonna put that one in for Hellfire because Hellfire is obviously everything we do, so it's kind of like better. Three Hellfires, some lore over the demonology again because it boosts everything, and it has physical resistance, so that's kind of nice. Finally, we're seeing some movement, chat, some movement forward. Biz skills, all stats. Okay. It's fine. Slight improvement. We can't complain. Things have been moving forward. Right? I'm not mad. Our defenses are defensing. Then we're going to go and sell these. Because they're 13 million each. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. we have reached a nice level. And we have also reached a nice level of toughness compared to what we did at the start of the day. I guess what really helped was going for Rahir, because Rahir gives you like more armor or more resistance. So we definitely needed that. No questions. A good choice. We will have to revise the Paragon board somewhat to see if we can do stuff a bit different, because I don't like how we're traveling through this one. So this one feels awkward the way we're traveling through it. Gotta find a better way. Maybe this should be the central piece, because we could go out on all three sides. So we had a reason to travel like to all three angles of the board, if that makes sense. On the other hand, you could also take this one, because you get here the Arcfiend skill bonus damage, and there is like a lot of directions you can travel with that one too, right? Because technically you don't want to go up on top. You want to go out on the side, because we have these four and we have this one, so you want to go there. Same goes here. You have bonus intelligence, and there's like intelligence node here in, and there's intelligence node out. So we need to flip this, that we're going pretty much past. Right? Let's see, what can we do slightly better? Chat. Slightly better. Not much, but slightly. This one down here had the, we put Pistol, Eliminator, Hellforge. Attrition. Attrition is still here. Unless we put attrition somewhere else. No, we're gonna keep attrition here. Okay. Eliminator. Attrition only needs a few intelligence points to work. You don't have to do much. That's it. It's already working. Then we were playing... Dynamism, playing Dominion. I like Dominion. But no, Dominion had attrition. I know. I want this. You could go out on top, because we need both on this side, right? Which would allow us to leave on both sides and or on top, right? Don't remember which did we have in terms of, what did we put in here? We needed the Wrath somewhere, right? For critical strike shenanigans. Right. And then we can leave on the left side into ritualism. But ritualism has to be like this. Because it's just easier to go through the board like that. And you could still go on this side. And it would also allow us to like get this one easier, because it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So technically better, especially if I go over this, then we're gonna save another one just to get this one. Simpler, right? Oh, that reminds me. This wasn't attrition. This was unbound. And this was Hellforge for Hellfire skills. Then we had 1, 2, 3. And we played Greater Hacks. And we played Dynamism. Now, Greater Hacks was weird because we need to... No, I wanted to do Dynamism first. Because with Dynamism, we could technically go in on the side. Right? Because there is like... So you have a lot of... You want to take here. Right? For... Demonologist. Like willpower related, right? And then we could still make our way down on the side. To get up on top. And put in the Greater Hacks. But the Greater Hex board needs to be actually first because it would give us more life. Yeah. See, like, this is something to consider because Greater Hex has here intelligence and here intelligence or willpower based more life. While this one has also 8% based more life, right? This one has only, this one would have like based more armor. This one would have based also more life for the intelligence, so 1. And that's then, this is here damage, right? So the damage is useless. That is not worth it. Now here, we could also get more life, but for strength, and we won't have enough strength. But we at the same time want to have the more dominion, right? So we kind of need some willpower for that as well. Was the last note we had in, was it Arcfiend for more Arcfiend damage? I guess it was Arcfiend, right? Or the only thing I dislike, this board might be better for the intelligence node. When we get down here, the unbound. Actually put the unbound in here. Not a big intelligence board, but it's more an intelligence board than a willpower board, right? And I only need 25 in to make it work. Alone that way in here has 25 in already. Alright, and we can do this. Get the life easily. And we could potentially also just go over the backside to just activate this. Nah. It's fine. It's fine. I like it. And we still have 9 points left, which is actually intriguing. So this time we've clapped most things in, and we would have to obviously go for this. We get that one. We get this. We get that. We have more points on this already twice what we had before. We haven't taken the Dominion yet, even though they're like 3% damage multiplier each. And here we can actually make things different, right? So you can take the Arcfiend, but we can go for the willpower. Yeah. And then we already have the willpower going on. So technically better. But I still have to see if there's another way to do this a bit more interesting. I mean, definitely a nice shot at it. I'm not happy with how this one looks here. So this is kind of awkward. Like, right, the whole board is just awkward. It stings tremendously. So actually brings us at 43,000 life, and We have here, we have our crit up to 1/8. We have our damage with fire up. We have vulnerable. Looking pretty good. You need to be Torment 10 to access the Mephisto boss, but even if you made it to Torment 10, you're not ready for the Mephisto boss. I mean, so I just cleared Pit 100, which technically makes me Torment 12 ready, correct? So you'd say, Pony, that is fantastic. We should be able to absolutely handle that Mephisto boss now because you're obviously Torment 12 ready, correct?
I've lost too many comments.
Correct? Surely. Surely, chat, that we now have reached Torment 10, Torment 12, and we have cleared Pit 100. Like, surely. And we also have 50,000 life, and we have 60,000 or 75% damage reduction, and that kind of stuff. Steve, good to see you there, partner. That's the man, the myth, the legend.
Born of light and of hatred. And to hatred you shall return.
Oh, oops. Well, so I stood in it, so that's my own fault. Let's try again. So this is like a bit problematic because I'm pretty much like obscuring my own vision and I don't know what he does, so it's like kind of bad. But hey, we're at least putting damage into him. So I guess at least, like if I at least somewhat see what he's doing, I'm good. Look, Mom, we're beating him. Oh, God. Stunner, please. Where do you go? You vanished. Where is he? Oh, up there. Ah! You get the drift. You can technically do it, at least that, but yeah, takes, and you gotta be careful, and you could die any second. So yay. Look, mom, all hands, right? It's not the look, mom, no hands build. This is the look, mom, all hands build. Pet build would be best. You run around, let the pets do the damage. Ha, you think so, right? But he'll just nuke you on the distance. Trust me, he has enough skills to do that. I mean, the best thing is you could just go for the Apocalypse build, again, with the Apocalypse Sigil. And the Apocalypse Sigil does trillions of damage, so you would essentially just hit him a few times with your basic skill and then have the Apocalypse skill nuke him. I mean, some bosses just need to be killed with like overwhelming power. I mean, Uber Lilith back in the days was also like kind of complicated, and the best way to kill her was just choose a build that would be so hilariously broken that you wouldn't have to worry about shit and you would just do things. But on the other hand, you could also learn how the boss fight works, right? And just suffer through it, you know? This is like kind of the thing. On the one hand, you could choose to take a build that nukes him, But on the other hand, you could also fight him and learn the fight, right? I mean, back in the day with Uber Lilith, people were trying to just nuke her, so they didn't actually have to learn how the fight functions. Which is kind of silly, because why make a cool boss fight with cool faces if you're then just going to try to cheese the whole thing and not actually learn how the fight functions? Then again, you got Elden Ring one-shot builds that are also just trying to one-shot everything, so you don't actually ever have to learn how a single boss fight functions. Right? Because it's easier to just cheese the living shit out of things. But yeah, so what I can tell you is already that the things we have done to make my character tanky has made this now my tankiest character so far, because my abyssal demon, my BBD, my big black demon build, does vastly more damage, right? But he cannot even stand in the room with Akarat. So Mephisto just looks at him and he dies. Okay, so how are you supposed to do this? So you're supposed to avoid that? Okay, I got it. I got it, chat. Oh my god, gamer. Oh no. I didn't have that one. Is there a build guide for this? There'll be a video tomorrow. Not today, because I'm not done. So today's stream was pretty much for getting me all the resources to push the build to the point where we're now. And then I'll do my theory crafting in the lab tonight. And truly bring this to the next level. This reminds me of the one player. So in case you missed it, chat, there's a YouTube video of a player beating Lilith naked by actually learning all her moves. It is kind of inspiring to see, you know. I'm playing this build now, but I don't do this damage, Schmidt. Then we'll have to help you to do this damage, right? You could use Nether Step with 3 seconds immune to dodge this skill. I could if I had, but I don't have Nether Step, right? We'll make sure that I improve the build tonight, okay? The rest of the day I'll spend with the family, I'll spend with theory crafting, and tomorrow when we have the video, I'll include a kill of Mephisto, okay? And if I can't kill Mephisto, you're not getting the build guide, chat. Sounds good? Good. Thank you very much for coming, watching, lurking, chatting today. This was the Tyrants Grasp build. We have 2 other Warlock builds that you might enjoy or not. You can check that out. We also uploaded a video on the Horadric Cube if you missed it. How to absolutely increase your damage and craft cool items like the amulet we have here, which I did actually craft live in that video. So, enjoy that. Thank you for coming, watching, hopefully enjoying. And yeah, tomorrow morning, you'll get the full build guide, planner, everything. Until then, cheerio. Take care.